Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. 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 Green means go, okay? Just talking to it.
just wants to make sure that she shouldn't be hearing you.
Hey, Valerie, can you hear me?
She said yes.
Check 1 2. Check, check. Hello, Leanne. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great.
Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Do you need anything from me before we start?
Have you helped us out with one of these before?
It's been a while, but yes, sir.
Okay.
I
Well,
did one in person somewhere.
just a reminder for you, the first part will not need to be transcribed. It's not a part of the record.
Okay,
So you can relax. It's only when we go on the record for the official part that you need to make on the record.
okay, and you will say on the record then at that point?
Correct.
Okay, I'll be ready.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
the side, and you can sit up, we can put it on the side over here.
right, if everybody wants to work on getting seated, we'll get started here in just about 3 minutes. We'll start just at 6 o'clock, so just want to get everybody ready here.
It is live.
Okay.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Fontaine. I'm with the Communications Department with the Missouri Public Service Commission. I'll be facilitating the first part of the hearing tonight. I want to thank you all for taking time out of your evening to be here for this important discussion. Before we get started, I'd just like to ask if you have a cell phone, if you would take it out and just make sure it's on silent for the duration of the hearing tonight. I'll give you a second to do that. Thank you. So the hearing tonight is being held by the Missouri Public Service Commission. We're also called the PSC. The commission's made up of 5 commissioners who are appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. The commissioners have the responsibility of regulating Missouri's investor-owned utilities in the state, such as Ameren, Missouri, who's here tonight. The commission's mission is to ensure safe and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. Part of ensuring that mission includes hearing directly from the public at hearings like this one. So again, thank you for being an important part of this process. We're gathering to hear from you concerning Ameren, Missouri's request for a Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, which is also called a CCN. And that's to construct renewable generation facilities and battery energy storage systems, also referred to as BESS. And Ameren will provide more information and detail on the specifics of those projects during their introduction here in just a few minutes. While you may have other comments or questions about matters outside of the issues in this case, we want to emphasize that our main focus tonight should be on the matters concerning the CCN at hand and within the purview of the PSC's jurisdiction. Opportunities to discuss other concerns can be addressed through local public hearings in those cases or by submitting comments in those cases, which can be done by telephone, email, or through the Commission's electronic filing and information system called EFIS. You can find that information on the back of the handout when you came in. There's one about the PSC, the format for tonight, and also just some helpful links and QR codes. If you have questions on that, we've got lots of staff over there that can help with that as well. So there's going to be 2 parts for the hearing tonight. The first is a question and answer session, where you'll have the opportunity to ask questions you may have about the case. You may direct your questions to the company, to the Public Service Commission staff, or to the Office of Public Counsel. They're the consumer advocate representing the public in cases before the commission. The commission held previous hearings in Eolia and Vandalia on July 28th, as well as a virtual hearing on July 29th. Unfortunately, due to last-minute logistical complications, there were no commissioners able to attend in person at the Eolia hearing, which is something that the commission strives to ensure that there's always a commissioner present in person. So there will be a couple of commissioners here in person tonight for the second half of the hearing. And we also understand that there are potentially folks who didn't get the opportunity to ask questions or give testimony during those hearings. And all those reasons are why we're here today. So we appreciate you coming back. And we want to give you opportunity for your voice to be heard by the commissioners, who will be the ones making the decision in the case. That being said, if you were at one of those previous hearings and you did have opportunity to ask a question or offer testimony, we do ask that you give first opportunity tonight to those who have not had the chance to speak yet. We have a lot of people here tonight, so we want to prioritize those who haven't had their voices heard yet. So as you're speaking, I would ask that everyone be respectful, both in your words and in your time, so that we can all ensure our time here is used to the fullest potential. I understand there's a lot of questions, but I do ask that you come prepared to ask your most important 1 to 2 questions so that we can give as many people as possible time to speak. That said, I may let you know if we get to a point where we need to wrap up questions if we're starting to run short on time. I usually try to keep the Q&A session, this first part, to no longer to an hour, but I know there's a lot here tonight, so we'll probably push that back to about an hour and a half. At that point, we'll need to move to the second, more formal part of the hearing. And if we run out of time, you don't get your questions answered, we'll have folks available afterwards to be able to ask those. So moving forward to the second half of the hearing. That part is for testimony to be given in front of the commissioners. The commissioners are the one, again, who will ultimately decide this case. That part allows you to provide your comments as testimony in front of the commission to be considered as part of the case. Remember, the commissioners are not going to be here for the first informal part of the question and answer session. So if there is something that you really want them to know or hear, you'll want to give that as part of your testimony in the second part. You also will not be able to ask questions during that part, only give comments. The commissioners by law cannot answer questions about pending cases. So as you came through the door, you were asked if you'd like to testify this evening. If you said yes, you should have completed the required form to do so. For those of you who attended our previous hearings, you may be wondering about that required form. We didn't have that at the last hearing. That's something the commission's had in the works for a while. It allows us to be able to come back if there's any follow-up that we need to do. It also allows us, if you want to receive information from the PSC, updates on the case, things like that, allows you to sign up for those. And finally, it just helps us to be able to organize this testimony section a little bit easier as far as time goes, and saves a little time, since signing that attestation will also do a group swearing in, so we don't have to do that individually. That'll hopefully help save us some time and get more folks through this evening. If you filled out the form and you have any mobility issues, we do have staff here. They're happy to come get it from you, so just raise your hand and they can come grab it from you. When it's time to testify, the judge will read the name of the next person who's signed up. You'll also see we'll have a list of names up here on the screen, so you know the order and confirm you're on the list to testify. When you hear your name, that'll be your time to come up to the microphone and give your comments to the commission. We will have a time limit on that, and the judge will confirm that whenever he comes out for the second half. We do have a hard stop at 10 p.m. here for the building tonight, so we'll get as much done in that time frame as possible. We'll try to keep things moving along for everyone. If there's time at the end, we've been through all the names of those who have signed up to testify already. We will have the opportunity then if you want to come up, even if you're not on the list, but we will need you to fill out a form. We'll have some on the table or some back on that table as well. And again, that will just kind of depend on where we're at on time. Okay, so thank you for hanging through me. I know that was a lot there, but what we're going to do at this point, we're going to go ahead and start introductions by the parties in the case. So I'll ask that the party representatives state their name, give a brief explanation of their role in the case. So we'll go ahead and start with the staff of the Public Service Commission.
Good evening. I'm Claire Eubanks, and this is Kim Bolin, and we want to thank you on behalf of staff for taking your time out to join us tonight, the staff of the commission is separate from the commission. Our job is to examine the proposed projects, including the need for them, their costs, and feasibility, their likely benefits and risks, and make an independent recommendation to the commission on whether approving them would serve the public interest. Ameren, Missouri applied for a CCN, seeking approval from the PSC for the construction of 6 separate projects. These include 2 new solar facilities and 3 battery energy storage systems and an electrical switching station. Focusing on proposed construction in Lincoln County, the application includes the Mill Creek battery energy system and the Quinn 161 kV switching station. The purpose of constructing the Quinn switching station will be to interconnect the Mill Creek BESS facility to the existing transmission system. The staff recommendation was filed on August 11th. It's available on EFIS, the electronic filing system that Sarah mentioned. Staff's conclusion on the project is that preparing now to meet the identified needs is in the public interest. Staff also asked the commission to order Ameren, Missouri to comply with 20 conditions related to these facilities. These conditions broadly include construction and safety, operational testing, cost and tax credit oversight, and consumer protection conditions. While the staff filed its recommendation on August 11th, the commission has not yet made its decision. That will come later and include the testimony you provide tonight. If there are any questions for staff, we'll be happy to answer them, and if not, we'll take your information and follow back up at a later date.
Thanks, Claire. Okay, and we'll have the Office of Public Counsel.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Mark. I'm the Chief Economist with Missouri Office of Public Counsel. We represent ratepayers for the state of Missouri. So we are a small, I would say call us a sort of a quasi-independent agency housed in Jefferson City. I have filed testimony in this docket, as well as my colleague Jordan Seaver, who's not here today. The Office of Public Counsel has provided conditional support for this project. The conditions are effectively this. We had articulated that the cost allocation for the solar projects and the battery projects be allocated entirely to the data centers that need them. Their secondary recommendations had to deal with agrivoltaic conditions to be placed around the batteries as well as the solar sites to support farmland. Additional condition that we put out there revolved around fire suppression systems and emergency mitigation management related to the battery systems themselves. We've had some concerns around knowledge of local firefighters being able to respond to worst case scenarios. And we've also put out additional issues regarding the local public hearings and the comments. So your comments are definitely being heard. In addition to the testimony that was filed, I took it upon myself to actually include a fair amount of testimony from the local public as it pertains to the different projects that are in place there. The one thing that I would really stress to this audience tonight, first of all, thank you so much for coming. It matters. We want to hear your voice, and the best way that it can be really heard is really at that second part of this process tonight. So the first part, we're having the Q&A. By all means, ask us questions. But that formal process is when the commissioners themselves come up here, and they're ultimately the final arbitrators on whether or not the project moves forward or not. So again, thank you, and appreciate you coming out tonight.
Okay, and then we have Ameren, Missouri.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rob Dixon. I'm with Ameren, Missouri. I'm joined here tonight by a couple members of our project team that are going to speak to different aspects of the project, including fire safety, environmental issues, and other details that you might have questions about. We really do appreciate, as the other speaker said, that you're here tonight. We know you're taking time away from your families to be here, and we appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about it. As you heard in the introductory comments, the application before the Public Service Commission includes several different and storage projects, and we're happy to answer questions about any of those. I'm sure most of you want to talk about the battery project here in Lincoln County, and we certainly understand that, and we have folks who can answer your questions. Before we get into that portion, though, I wanted to really just note a couple things to start with. To be perfectly clear about this, there's not a solar project that we're proposing in this application here in Lincoln County. The only project that we have as a part of this application is the battery project, of course. And number two, this is not about a data center. This project is to provide power to all of our customers, to your community, to other communities across the state of Missouri. And just to be very direct about it, America is in a situation where we need more electricity. Missouri is in a situation where we need more electricity. And this project, all of these projects that you have already heard about tonight, and the battery project specifically, is to make sure that we can continue to provide reliable power to you and other communities across the state of Missouri. So we very much appreciate the chance to talk. I know there's a lot of questions. We're here to provide the facts. We've put a tremendous amount of information on our website. I hope you've had a chance to take a look at that. There's detailed, questions and answers on there. We've posted all the environmental studies that have been done on this project, so you can take a look at those as well. And with that, thank you again for having us, and we look forward to the discussion tonight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin. If you have a question, you can go ahead and raise your hand. I'll call on you to come forward. Just as a reminder, we would like to start with those who've not had an opportunity to ask a question at a prior hearing. We do ask you to prioritize your most important 1 to 2 questions. And also, just when you come up, make sure and direct who your question is being directed towards. So, okay, I see one in the back there.
Hello, I have a question for you, sir. What is it that is driving this increased demand for electricity right now?
Yeah, certainly all across the country and in Missouri, we're seeing a growth in electric consumption. There's no doubt about that. There's a lot of economic development opportunity that's going on. There's no doubt about that. And certainly some of it is coming from data centers as well. They are using a lot of electricity. There's no question about that, and I'm not denying that. What I am saying, though, is there's a formal process when data centers or other large customers look at locating in an area. And one of the things that they often, one of the questions that they ask is, what's the electric infrastructure? What is the power needs at the site? And we have not received any inquiries from data centers to locate in Lincoln County. And that's why I can tell you we have no knowledge of any data center that's coming here. This project is to serve the electric demand on the grid here in Missouri. We absolutely need it, and that's why we are proposing to build these projects.
So thank you for your answer. I just want to say that I'm a little confused right now because you're saying this is not about a data center, and I heard Mr. Mark here say that this is about a data center. So could y'all help reconcile the contradiction there?
Reasonable minds can differ. It's been our position that the load growth that Missouri's experienced here is really unprecedented. We went through a period of load and no load growth for about a decade in Missouri. And in the last 2 years, the capital expenditures and investment for generation has just ballooned to the point where we are building investment. We're effectively doubling our investment in generation and supporting infrastructure to serve this new demand. It's been our position that demand is being largely moved forward because of data centers.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for the confusion, sir. I don't disagree with what Dr. Mark just said. What I was trying to convey is this project is not bringing a data center to Lincoln County. I know there's been a lot of question and confusion about that. Dr. Mark's right. There are data centers that are growing in Missouri. They've been in the news, they've been talked about, and they use electricity. They use, in some cases, a lot of electricity. When we build the electric grid, it's to serve all of our customers, and that's what this is here to do as well.
Okay, I see another hand back here.
Hi there. My question is for you, Mr. Mark. You said that you supported it conditionally and that one of the conditions was agrivoltaics being used in the solar generation projects.
That's correct.
Can you elaborate on what sort of agrivoltaics we're talking about?
Sure. First of all, I'd just like to say, I'd encourage you, all of my, the testimony itself is public. You can download it and look at it. Our interest I guess, twofold. One, to preserve as much farmland as we can. As you know, you may or may not be aware of, we are losing farmland at a record level across the United States.
That's why I'm here.
So these projects do take up a lot of land. So being conscious of, that impact at the local level, we supported studies around solar grazing, whether that's implemented, as well as the conservation impact. So you look at it in terms of local native plant vegetation and trying to supply that. Good stewards, effectively. And, to Ameren's credit, I will say they've been very supportive in providing that guidance in past projects. So for the solar grazing, it's really going to come down to a cost issue. I'm not as familiar with Lincoln County, so if the...
I'm actually here from Audrain, so.
Okay. But it is something that is increasingly becoming more of an acute issue, I think, at the local level, and I think we are aware of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I saw a hand, there we go, right over here. Red with the black hat with the red. I think that was, did you have a hand up? Okay, maybe it was right behind. There you go. Sorry, guys. I might have to stand up to be able to see better. Green, yes.
Hello, I'm afraid I'm horribly prepared for this. I thought this was going to be a solar project with solar collectors and the storage. Is that incorrect?
For this site right here,
This site right
it's
here.
just the battery.
Just the battery. So this is like a reserve, sort of like the Tom Sauk, but probably wouldn't flood 1 billion gallons of water down somewhere.
Yes, yeah, but it's not a water, yes.
Okay, yes. Okay, so, all right, well, that answers most of my weird things. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I had several go up at one time. I'll start right here.
I spoke at the Eolia meeting and made public comments there. So I'm going to restrict my public comments. I just want to ask questions. So if you're not looking to do a solar farm, then why are you offering giant sums of money to other people around there to sell their farms?
Yes, ma'am. So we're not proposing a solar project in this application. As we talked about, I think in the last meeting, we do have future plans that could entail solar. If that is the case, and if that does happen here in Lincoln County, there would be another process just like this in front of the Public Service Commission, where the community would be able to, come out and speak your mind. In terms of, the land question that you asked specifically, I'd say we enter into contracts with individual landowners who are making decisions about their use of their own land. We need to get to a deal. We need to get to an agreement with those landowners that is mutually agreeable, frankly, to both of them, to them and to us. And we offer a fair price for that in a negotiation just like anybody else that would be negotiating for a real estate purchase.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My next question is specifically about the BESS, the placement of the BESS, and who's going to put out that fire when it's on fire. Because on the board of a small town that's going to have to show up to put out that fire. And you all had not approached them, and you all had not offered training. They're not going to be able, everybody around there is volunteers. It's not going to be in their budget to provide training or the equipment that's going to be needed. I understand that the BESS itself, you don't try to put that out, you just let that burn. But everything else around it is going to have firefighters. And that's going to put off toxins and whatnot. So I'm wondering what the plan is there.
Yes, ma'am. It's a great question, and I'd be asking the same question if I were you. These projects, batteries, are currently in operation all across the country, and they are serving people in rural communities, in large cities, and in suburban areas. We actually have one of our experts here tonight who can really speak about the fire safety plans, how they're designed, and how we are able to address that. So I might turn it over to Tim if you want to take that one.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Some of your statements are actually 100% accurate. This is a heavily volunteer area. We appreciate the volunteers and what they do, and understand the challenges that they have. Ameren for 30 years has offered firefighter training. We actually have a training school in North St. Louis County that any fire department in the Ameren service territory can train in, and frankly, we train hundreds of firefighters through there annually. I personally conduct training on electrical safety throughout this Ameren territory, throughout the state of Missouri, all year long. So we have already been to one of the fire departments locally. We have the other ones we're working to get scheduled through, as well as EMA with the local sheriff, ambulance district, and all the others to provide that training free of charge. From a firefighting perspective, this is kind of like the farmsteads that were built years ago. You didn't build the house right next to the barn, right next to the machine shed. You space things out. And so the construction of these, particularly the BESSes, is in such a way that it limits the fire. So we have limitations in the way they're designed, and inherently in the way they're built, there's even limitations as how much they will actually burn internally. And so with that, the whole goal of this is to minimize the impact locally. In addition to that, we're providing water storage tank on site that will be there for their use, so that they do not have to haul water in, that water, if they would need it to cool off exposures, that water would be available for them to use with minimal impact.
So you're digging a deep well directly into the aquifer?
I can't speak to that as far as what the infrastructure is there as far as filling that tank, but there will be a tank there for water, 24 to 30,000 gallons, somewhere in that neighborhood, somewhere like that, 24,000 gallons.
One more question and I'll leave you all be. You said that you have your environmental studies posted online. I have not had a chance to look at those, but I will. And I'm wondering what those environmental studies say about the impact of, if that thing catches on fire and our firefighters are out there putting all that water on there, where's that water gonna go?
Great question and great point. So the amount of water that's used is actually very, very minimal. In fact, the water would be put onto a container that's not affected. You don't actually attack the actual unit itself that would be burning. You're protecting the exposure, much like firefighters do every day, protecting exposures when they're attacking a building or vehicle or what have you. So that essentially is a non-runoff issue, because it'd be just like rainwater running off of that piece of equipment. So there would be no runoff from that. It's an interesting thing with battery energy storage systems is that from a fire study perspective, they're the only piece of equipment worldwide that has been studied and tracked for the last 15 years. There's nothing about vehicle fires, building fires, anything else. Only these types of fires have been tracked worldwide. And at fires at other sites throughout the world, they've actually done studies and looked at the off-gassing of them, and these fires do not leave more, the gases don't leave more than about 20 feet from the actual container, worst case 50 feet, based on the studies and the information. There was a report recently released by a professional organization within the United States, the Society of Fire Protection Engineers, that outlines the studies as well as gas studies that have been from real-world events as well as laboratory experiments. So they're looking at it from a lab perspective, and then also using empirical data from real-world experiences, looking at air, water runoff, and groundwater exposure problems.
Okay, because I've been looking at some papers that the firefighters have for their benefit, and that does not align with what they've got. But thank you all very much.
Thank you. Right here.
Good evening. I'm relatively new to the process, but I'm looking at the handout, and the handout shows the planned location is right by 2 wildlife and conservation areas. Why did we have to choose something so close to these valuable areas? I mean, if you can see there's it's a big watershed. You can see all the streams and everything that kind of connect the areas. there's got to be a more environmentally friendly, from a habitat and wildlife area, there's got to be a more friendly location to put this if you were going to put it in Lincoln County. Why did you select this spot? And then the second question is, you know, you're talking that you need 24 acres, but now you got an additional 265 that are going to remain largely undeveloped. What does largely undeveloped mean? Are you going to step up and agree to restrictions on the rest of the, say, 240 acres that you're not going to put a solar farm in there? To me, it kind of feels like you want to get your foot in the door, and then you're going to open the whole door up, and you're going to put a lot of stuff in there. And I mean, that's what I kind of feel that's happening. And it's a very, I look at this and, you know, I'm a big nature guy and wildlife guy, and you're putting it right in the middle of two huge wildlife areas. It's just, it just doesn't make sense to me. There's got to be a better place to put it.
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate your question on that. I'm also a big wildlife guy myself. I like to hunt and fish, so I absolutely understand where you're coming from with it. You know, when you look at locating infrastructure like this, you've got to really follow the way that these energy storage systems would be able to interconnect to the electric grid. It's how you get the energy from the battery to your home, to your business, to the communities that need it. And so it's really selected based on a variety of factors, but you know, primarily it's the access to the rest of the grid. As you mentioned, it's on 12 acres. It runs just to the west there of the highway, and we are absolutely planning that you know, large area around it. It's 24 acres, the 200 plus acres. We don't have plans currently for any additional development there. We intend to leave it for buffer to allow you know, wildlife and folks to just, you know, have that around them. So definitely understand where you're going. We don't have plans to expand on it currently. It's not a part of this application whatsoever. And you know, if there ever is an opportunity for that, you would also have an opportunity to make your voice heard on that as well, sir.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I still think there's a better way. Are you telling me there's nowhere else in Lincoln County that you have access to the grid? This is the only place in Lincoln County to have access to the grid, similar to where it is right now, out in the middle of nowhere, basically.
Yeah, you know, in terms of why we selected it, like I said, it's a combination of those factors that I mentioned. Also, there's you know, landowners that we've talked to that are interested in working with us to you know, for this property, and so it's really kind of all those things that came together for that.
Well, I don't know. I think there's a better place.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. I've got one in the back, and then you can go next. So in the green shirt, yes.
Just want to remind the audience that love the questions, love the comments, but the second part of this discussion tonight is going to be the one where the commissioners are actually present. So be sure those comments are heard there too. Thank you.
Hey, I guess my first question is,
Come forward just a little bit into
Right
the
there better?
microphone. I think is that better,
Okay.
everybody?
how about there? Yeah, I'm tall.
Yes.
So you said that each one of those contain batteries, that you're not going to attack them if they're on fire, you're going to attack the ones around them. So my question would be, how long are each one of those going to burn and how hot? Do you have that in your EO? Do you have that stated anywhere?
Sure. So what happens in these battery fires, these events, is it's one battery. And so the whole philosophy is protect the exposures. And so they're put into pods of 4. The spacing from Tesla basically says you can put these spacings in certain parameters based on our insurance company, Ameren's insurer, as well as best industry practices. Ameren's doing 2.5 times that spacing. So again, to the old farmstead analogy, we're spacing things out, but we're taking a little further to ensure that we don't have a bigger problem that you may have seen in the news with other sites. These sites are very thought out from that perspective into limiting how much of an exposure there really is in worst case. As far as battery fires, typically what you see is anywhere from 90 minutes to 5 hours is what a typical battery does when it completely goes through its entire chemical reaction breakdown process. That can be viewed with electric vehicle fires, and the experience of the BESSes that have burned. The unfortunate thing thing that we don't see is the particular chemistry that is with this battery. There's not a whole lot of instances of fires with this particular chemistry. So when you look at battery fires across the world, a majority of them are a different chemistry that has known issues, and this chemistry is a much safer chemistry from a lithium-ion battery perspective.
Okay. So I guess my follow-up with that would be, did you do any lab testing with that chemical compound that you're saying is unique to the other ones, and did you test that in a lab to see what it would do under those conditions?
These batteries have been out in the market, and you could speak to that, Brad, the LFPs.
Yeah. For about 8 years now, they've been on the market.
And so those batteries have been vetted out in the laboratory. There's UL tests that they have to go through. In the test reports that I've read, to actually get these batteries to go in thermal runaway, they have to force things to happen to get the entire battery to go. It's not one big battery. There's individual modules inside there, and typically what fails is one module or one row of them, essentially. And so that's what you're having to vet out when there's a problem in it. And so this particular chemistry, they've been around for almost a decade. The chemistry's known, it's been deployed, it's being used, and we can say that it's a safer the industry's saying it's a safer battery. It's not Ameren saying that, it's the industry saying that based on the empirical data from these that are installed worldwide.
So is there more specific data that can be found in any of the studies as to what the chemical composition is that they could back check to go to the UL testing?
I mean, they're lithium iron phosphate batteries.
Okay. But I mean, there's a lot of difference between what I have in, a battery pack, lithium ion, and what Tesla's got. And also, by the way, I wouldn't use Tesla as your example of what you should use for a standard, because they've got SpaceX specifically has some real fun stuff that they've got there safety-wise, but Tesla isn't any better. Anyways, and by the way, I'm by no means trying to be critical or trying to harp on this. I'm an HVAC technician, so we're dealing with a whole different chemical change in refrigerant right now.
Freons, yes.
So we're getting a lot of questions like, is it going to blow up? I'm not saying that. I just, to assuage other people's fears, I think the realistic thing is you need to know specifically for each cell how hot it's going to burn and for how long, and then you need to give some kind of test with that to say, here's what we think is going to come out of it, so that way people can make their own decision about whether they want to live next to something and what's coming out of it.
The testing's been done. There's UL testing in a cell module and the entire battery array as well as battery stack there. So that testing has been done. How much of that the manufacturers release, that's up to them. That's their UL file typically that's done. But that testing has been completed. From the empirical data from actual real fire events that are out there, we know that the chemicals aren't leaving. The fence line that Ameren is proposing, it's 2 times the fence, or the distance, not the fence, 2 times the distance required. Even the thermal, even going up, it's not going that far, because what happens, these molecules go up and they settle down. The primary constituents when these burn is hydrogen and carbon dioxide, followed by carbon monoxide. Depending on the batteries, there are some other constituents that come out, but frankly, a car burning somewhere is a much bigger environmental issue than one of these batteries.
I won't disagree with you there. I didn't know if you guys had provided somewhere where that UL data is, where the batteries are.
We do have information about it on our website.
Okay. And I guess my second question with that is, that mostly answered my question, but let's say that something does go wrong and more than a couple of them go off. Is the plan still to just let them all burn out? If, because the Titanic was built to not sink, and that totally worked. So let's say that we have a runaway, and for some reason the guy at the factory made a bad battery, and then he didn't just make one bad, he made a bunch, and they all started on fire. Is it still the plan to just let them burn, or is there a point which you're going to try to use water mitigation? And my follow-up to that is, if you do, is anybody failure to imagining that there's a potential water hits battery hits groundwater situation?
These are not really fires in the conventional sense of a fire. We think of fire, and I'm a firefighter, so I'm going to put this in water in our world makes everything better. You know, you got a fire burning, water makes it better. You ask the chiefs that are here, that's their whole world is water. That's not the case in this particular example with lithium-ion batteries. Is that it's a chemical chain reaction that as byproducts is off-gassing flammable gases, and it's in a sealed box. And so now the issue is you have lots of little cells that have heated up and they're going off creating flammable gas, predominantly hydrogen and then followed by carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and those other gases. As they off-gas, what you see burning is the hydrogen essentially, and then if it lights off any of the plastics, which is in our whole world, we see that all the time is burning plastic. That's the world we live in today. And so if that battery's all completely sealed up into a case essentially, much like a server rack, you can't get into that box to basically cool down what's actually burning. And that's the challenge with electric vehicles. It's with battery packs for any of our tools. If that battery's burning and it's in a completely encased plastic case, we can't get water inside there until that case fails in such a way that you can actually get something to cool it off and stop that thermal runaway. And so in the case of this is if you have a bad battery day and you have two of them going, you're going to have to let them go until basically monitor and contain it into those units. So the goal is to keep it into that one unit. So the idea from a fire service perspective is keep it contained to the one unit. So if that unit's burning, it gets the next unit burning within the module, within the box. Keep it in there, box to box next to each other. They have forced worst case testing where they have actually had to force the entire battery to start thermal runaway and burning, and they can't get the adjoining units. There's enough separation, and that's where they came up with the distances so that there was enough heat dissipation and there wasn't enough radiant heat through the boxes to start the adjoining units. So worst case, if you get an entire unit going, there's enough distances that it should not propagate to the others. And the worst case is we'd have the fire service assist with wetting those adjacent units down and much like rainwater, keeping them cool.
I appreciate you.
Thank you. I had a hand here. Go ahead, come on up. I did want to let everyone know, we did have a gentleman lose a hearing aid. So if you come across one, if you'll turn it into the table over here, would certainly appreciate that.
Hello, everyone. I like facts. I am very big on facts and all the evidence that I can find. So, with that being said, on page 25 of Mr. Webbenmeyer's testimony, it says that the BESS container will be allowed to consume itself as designed. Is there any fail-safes if that happens, and how many are there?
Yeah, I think that was very similar to what Tim just touched on, but if you want to touch on that again?
Start with the battery management system.
Yeah, so are you talking specifically preventing the fire in the first place?
Yes.
Is that the thought?
Worst case scenario, if one does happen and it doesn't close itself, what happens if that monitor doesn't trigger? Is there a second backup that will then make sure it encloses itself no matter what?
Gotcha. So I think the key part of this system is that every single cell within these battery packs is monitored, both temperature, current, voltage, every single one. So if one starts to get even slightly warm above the norm, both the vendor will know immediately and Ameren will know immediately, so we can react.
But do you have backups?
So we have one at every single cell within that container, so there are hundreds within a single one. So that's monitored at all times. Also with our sites, we will have infrared thermal cameras pointed so we can see exactly if one container is getting hot before it's a full-blown a bad event. So multiple ways to see that an issue is occurring.
Okay. So the EPA in July 2025 fact sheet on battery energy storage number 530-F-25-013 says an isolation zone for large commercial BESS that is at least 330 feet, depending on the site and evaluation, the need for community shelter in place or evacuation. 330 feet is the minimum distance EPA says to keep responders back, not the distance at which the gas stops. The Mill Creek Estates wells are at 517 feet. EPA says the harm question at the distance is answered by monitoring hydrogen fluoride and hydrogen cyanide, not by a number picked in advance. And at Moss Landing in January 2025, the county evacuated about 1,200 residents, and EPA put up 9 air monitoring stations, including Castroville and at Moss Landing Middle School, miles away. Nobody monitors any of that. So how can you say that it's going to be safe and it only goes to 20 to 40 feet?
So Moss Landing was a former coal-burning power plant that they turned into a battery energy storage system that was a custom battery made by another vendor using a different chemistry. That particular site consumed, and they had 4 fires. The last fire consumed 80% of that entire site because of a very poor design came out that said it was a poor design, and 2, the proximity of the exposures, it was ripe for that. The industry has before that event even happened, the industry from the insurance perspective has said, we cannot allow that. And Moss Landing, what happened, I believe it was very predictable. The distances you're mentioning out of the ERG specifically at 330 feet, that's coming out of a lithium-ion battery burning as well as a battery energy storage system, which I would agree with you on that 330 feet. We actually have set up where our fire command center for the fire department's response and their view of the site, including the cameras that he referenced, is 500 feet away from any of the batteries, and we try to keep that upwind on the predominant west side of the project so that predominantly west winds or southwest winds would be there so that we have that upwind type of event from a hazmat perspective to give those guys the best opportunity so that they would not be having to do that. Hydrogen cyanide is a common gas. If you have a fire in anything that contains basically polyurethane, polyisocyanate, the chairs, seats, its cushions, or if you burn one of those cushions, you'll get cyanide and carbon monoxide off of those cushions because that is the world we live in. Firefighters are exposed to cyanide on a regular basis. Hydrogen fluoride that you mentioned, typically that compound in the fires that have been done, they found that they can't monitor it beyond the battery because it interacts so chemically so fast. It likes binding with other compounds that in the fire scenario you cannot detect hydrogen fluoride outside of the battery because it's binding up with other chemicals that's going through the combustion process.
Thank you. Do you by chance have a worst case scenario plan that the public can see?
Every one of our battery sites, so this is actually I was telling these guys earlier, this is the 6th one I've worked on for Ameren. We've had 3 over in Illinois, and currently there are 2 in Missouri, on one in Jefferson County and one in South St. Louis County. And so every one of those, we have an emergency response plan that is put together prior to the commissioning and building of these sites. So that is put together prior to building the sites, and then we do conduct that training and we do interface with our local emergency responders so they're aware of what's going on with these sites before we even start the construction process.
Can you answer how many Ameren has of this size that are up and running right now, not in production?
Right now, we're in the process of building one about twice this size in Jefferson County, the one you mentioned. But I think that the real key is it's not what Ameren has, it's what's globally and what's nationally, and there's thousands of them installed just nationally. Globally, it's multiples of time that. And I think that's the key thing with this fire risk. We focus on it. The probability of fire, you don't go in and expect it to burn. We're not putting candles out there, we're putting batteries. But we look at it as a low probability of event occurring, and how do we plan around that? So that is that worst case. We look at what happens, how do we design around it to eliminate the fire, one, so it can't happen. But should it happen, then how do we put things in place to make sure it's contained, managed, and then responded to appropriately?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, got it right here.
Thank you all for coming. We appreciate it. Several questions there. I think they're all related. How large is this battery storage facility that's proposed. The handout says 12-acre site for the battery storage facility. We have heard, and granted, we are the public that are afraid this is more than what you all are saying it's going to be. How large is this storage facility, and will it fit in a 12-acre site? Where does, a related question, where does the power come from to store power in these batteries? Does it come off the current grid, or will it need in the future a local generation? And does that include a solar farm, which is not in the plan, as you said? Then why are you getting local landowners to sign lease agreements, purchase agreements that would include a solar farm? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm going to try to answer all of them. If I miss one, please hold me honest to that. In terms of the site itself, as we've shown, I think we had a map, or if it's not up there, we've got it on one of our handouts. The site where the BESS project would be located is 12 acres for the battery itself, and then there's 12 acres in addition to that for the substation and the switching equipment to help connect it to the grid. And it can fit on that amount of property, which is why we're proposing it to go there. The rest of the real estate that we're talking about for that site is, as we talked about earlier, will be left undeveloped. It'll be buffered. It's currently, there's woods, there's trees, there's field, and it'll stay like that for buffer purposes. For some, it's a 250 megawatt battery, and now that number may or may not mean anything to you folks, but that'll power 180,000 homes for about 4 hours. And so it's a really important element to the reliability of the grid to make sure that you have power at your house, there's power at the businesses across the state, et cetera. So it can fit in the footprint that we're proposing, and that's what we're proposing to build, is exactly what is in this application. I think your second question is, why are we buying or putting options out there for solar? And as I mentioned, we do not, in this application that we're here talking about tonight, we're not proposing to build solar in Lincoln County, but we are also planning infrastructure for the long-term future of the state of Missouri and for all of our customers. And so we do, plan ahead, and if and when we would ever get to that point, we would bring it to the Public Service Commission for consideration, and there would be a whole nother process just like this where you could, voice any comments, questions, or concerns about it at that time. But that is why we're doing it. We do expect the electric demand to continue to increase. It's happening across the country right now, and our job is to provide reliable power to you. And if we don't plan ahead, that's when problems happen, because we don't want to get into a situation where there frankly is not enough for all of you at your homes and businesses. And so we're planning ahead. It does not mean that we have a plan to bring that forward right now, which is exactly why it's not a part of this application. And so when and if it gets to that point, sir, you would have the opportunity to weigh in on that. And I'm sorry, your third question, if you can remind me that.
The one that's not answered yet would be, what is the source of the power for this storage facility?
Yes, sir. Thank you. If you remember a little bit earlier, I talked about why we chose the site that we did, and it has to interconnect to the rest of the electric grid. And the transmission system, if you think about it, is kind of like the interstate highways, if you will, of electricity. It's how you move power across the grid from the power plants through the electric system and ultimately to where it comes into these light bulbs in this room right here. And so the way that a battery system is designed is when it's not being discharged, meaning when it's not putting power out into the grid, it can be charged just like when you plug your phone in at night. It can be charged with energy that's on the grid at that time. It's a really important feature for us to help manage the demand on the system. So if, for example, you have a really hot summer day or a really cold winter, and you need that additional boost of power, you can draw from that battery because it's been charged when it wasn't as much demand. It also helps us to manage the cost of the electric system because you can charge it when electric prices are lower, and it fills that up with more affordable energy. And so it helps us balance both the demand on the system and also really the overall use and the economics of it. So it's a really important tool that is, as we talked about earlier, exists already around the country. It's already being used to provide power to communities all over America. And it's a really important part of our generation and energy fleet to make sure that we have enough power that we all need and expect it when it's there.
So again, I don't think you quite answered my question, but you're implying there is adequate power currently being generated on the grid, it's surplus power, and that's the power you'd be using to store in these batteries, existing surplus power.
Battery does not generate electricity on its own. So
Right, so
it
where does
has to
that
be
power,
charged.
so it has to come from somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Where will that come from when you build this facility?
It'll come from surplus power on the grid when it exists, and it fluctuates, hourly and sometimes, daily, and so that's when we would be charging it. And I don't know if anyone else has anything else to add there.
Thank you much, though.
Yeah, and I'll just, when he's talking about surplus power, if you think about electric demand, and I mean, at your homes, you're using a lot more power when your air conditioner's running, when you're home, when you've got, appliances running and lights on. So if, just to put into context, a day like today, our load is probably about, the overnight hours, it's about half of what it is during the peak of the day. So the power plants that are available to meet the peak of the day have excess capacity when it's overnight or it's, different hours of the day. We really do have that much variability that, today we probably, the load from middle of the night to middle of the day doubled. So in the middle of the night, there's a lot of excess capacity. The grid is very interconnected, so it really can come from a variety of different sources. It can be coming from, our existing baseload power plants, which could be coal, nuclear, or whatever. It could be coming from renewables around the grid. But it's a very networked, interconnected grid, so it really can draw from a variety of different sources. And there really are times of low demand where that excess power is very available to be injected in and delivered back this afternoon when all of our air conditioners are running and such.
Okay. I'm going to go to this side of the room since I've been over here the last couple times. I had a hand right here. Yes.
I'm here to talk about the solar. You say you don't have no plans for that as of right now, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's not part of this application.
Why do we have two contracts that we could sell our place for? We're right in the middle of the Dick Herber Farm. They have been out there, they've been surveying, they've been test drilling and checking for waterways.
Yes, ma'am. Well, as I mentioned, we are planning ahead for future use, and it doesn't mean that we're ready to do it today. It doesn't mean we're ready to do it tomorrow, but we have not made a secret of this. However, it's not a part of this application, and to be very clear, we're not building a solar project right now in Lincoln County, and if we would get to that point, that's why this process exists, and you'd have a chance to weigh in. But we do plan ahead. We do think about what future demand may be, but it is not part of this case today.
Well, your contract, I thought, was very meager with what you gave all the landowners around us.
Thank you. I'm going to go to this side. Okay, right here.
I was at the EOLIA meeting. I was there to listen. I didn't have a question until about 45 minutes in. I didn't get to bring anything up until it got to the second half for the sworn testimony. A couple of comments. One of those questions was, you've got natural gas generating sites at Bowling Green and Vandalia. How often are those used, and what % of the time are they used?
Really, when we look at percent, it kind of comes what Steve was mentioning earlier. Look at our load profile, right? On a hot day, at night, they're not used, but on a hot day, we really plan for that peak demand to make sure that energy's always there when all the customers using. So on a hot day anymore, you typically will see those run. Same with the winter. If there's certain things going on with a heavy winter storm or hard winter storm, often those are there to operate.
And I'm an engineer, I understand that. how often are they used?
It really varies by plant, and we have, even with natural gas, there's different technologies, and really the grid is dispatched not just looking at Ameren's plants, it's looked at the entire region. So there are some gas plants that are running, upwards of 80% of the time. There are some that are more expensive and less efficient that are running as little as maybe 5% of the time or less. So it just depends on each individual plant. I don't think I know off the top of my head. The one you mentioned in the Vandalia area, I would think it's probably closer to that 5% of the time, but I don't have the exact percentage on that. We call those plants peakers, and really there's different roles that different technologies play on the system. And so the simple plants are less efficient, run less often, but again, if we've got a load that's double in the middle of a hot day than it is overnight, those you don't want to put the most expensive plant that is more efficient just to run a few hours. So the plants that are running less are designed that way because they're low cost to build and they don't run very often. I guess what I'm really getting at is, it varies by plant, and it could range anywhere from 5% to 80% or something like that.
But, and we appreciate, I think everybody in this room appreciates being able to come home, turn up the air, turn down the air, turn up the heat. We appreciate what Ameren does for us. But right now, it seems like I came away from that meeting in Eolia, and I used the term, I told everybody I met, the team on that, the three that were there, they were disingenuous with their answers. If you want to develop a solar farm there, which it would seem, I think with everybody that's here, feels like that's your goal. Why not just say, this is our plan, this is phase 1, this is phase 2, and this is phase 3. And just be open and honest, because the people behind me, they don't, we live out here because we were tired of the nonsense. The firefighter, thank you for your service. Have you spent time out here to see what they do? They don't put out fires, they say foundations. Do you understand what that means?
Absolutely understand that.
It's sort of along the lines that you talked about. You're going to put water on those adjacent units and let the one burn out. You use the term 20 to 50 feet. 20 to 50 feet, you're telling me any smoke, heat will travel more than 20 to 50 feet, and anything that's given off gas-wise is going to travel beyond that. So just be open, be honest, be forthcoming, because so far, I don't think we're feeling it right now. And anybody that brings forward, legitimate information, a contract, whatever, you guys kind of gloss over. It was classic when the five of you just turned to each other earlier and well, and then when I asked how much this is used, the generating plants, they're there, they've been built, you've expensed them, and you're not really using them, it doesn't sound like, but you're leading us to believe we need all this to keep our heat and lights on and all this, when at the end of the day, you're looking at the much larger fish. You're looking at this purely from an economics on how much energy can I sell to these huge data centers. And maybe the data center isn't going to be along.
I just want to make sure we've got a question in there. Can you repeat if you have got a question that you want them to answer?
If I could just respond, I'm sorry you feel that way. Number one, we're here tonight to answer questions. We've posted much of the information. A lot of the questions that have been asked tonight, we have that information on our website. So we're absolutely not trying to give you false answers or vague answers or anything like that, sir. You asked why aren't we saying phase 1, phase 3? Because that's not what our plan is. Our plan is exactly what we've brought forward to the commission right now. We have not made any secret about the fact that we have acquired and are still, working with some of the landowners, as you heard tonight, on a potential future project, but we have not made a decision yet on that. So we're not by any means trying to, give you a vague answer, but that's the reality of what it is, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got in the orange shirt.
Just a reminder, if you've got succinct comments to make, I'd strongly encourage him that you save them for the commissioners. Thank you.
Yeah, I got one. I live right across the street from this project's going in. I watch. I'm retired, so I see everything's going on. I see him come put the soil samples in, dig down with shovels, do all that. So I've been watching all the pilings, test pilings, all that stuff. This is directly across the street from my house. A sand wedge. I could have hit them guys out there digging these holes. All the runoff from this project that's going in, where this battery storage thing runs right on my property, runs on my neighbor's properties back there with me, cattle farms, all that. The fire issue's been brought up too. We're right there. We're, less than a football field where this thing's gonna go. I don't understand why we really weren't aware of this to where it had to be brought up like this. I know you went forth to the neighbors around, everybody around to get this property, but it seems like we could have fought this a little bit sooner, than what we're doing right now, where it's being pushed down us. I noticed Lincoln County's already got it marked off on the road. We're going to put a road through there. That's where they did a lot of these soil tests. What do I do with? I've got a special needs grandson. Very, very batteries. Can't hold the phone by him. What are we going to do with what'd you say, 250 megawatt battery or whatever? He won't be able to come to my house with this being right there in my front yard. My water from my pool, everything. Everything's going to be, if there is an issue, it's coming right to my house. And that's my question. What am I supposed to do? I moved out there to be. We got deer, we got cattle. I even watched the property that this is going on. I watch all the cattle there. My question is, what am I supposed to do?
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate your questions and comments, and we'd be very happy to talk with you and work with you on that. But I might ask one of the team if you want to touch on some of the environmental protections in place and how that might affect the health and safety of folks in the area.
Yeah, sure, I'll touch on that a little. From a property, I'm not exactly sure where you live, but the nearest, where we're building this battery system, we're about 1,500 feet from the nearest occupied building. So I'm not sure we're talking about that, but 1,500 feet is a quarter of a mile. It's a good distance behind woods and fields.
I'm just.
So we designed it that way really to not impose, to make sure there is buffer and spacer to not really impact the neighbors, not be seen, not be heard. So that's really, we take that design approach purposefully to help manage your concern. When we look at overall water runoff or not, again, when we look at initial environmental studies, part of that study is that hydrology study we posted out there. And it's just set the tone for the engineers to design out so water doesn't run off the site, so it stays on site. So there's detention basins designed in the facility that are monitored and managed. Again, we would not expect any water runoff other than stormwater, and that's really what it's managing to make sure that we don't impact any of the regions around there. So those studies are done to set our engineers in a position to mitigate any of that exposure that's possible.
And those studies already been done?
The hydrology studies have been done and are posted actually on our website.
And then the soil sample with the guys out there with the shovels digging down 2 feet, that's been done as well?
That's normally for figuring out foundations.
Yeah, 'cause I thought they were digging for arrowheads or something out there. I didn't look real professional, but that's what it was, so. All right, and then the other question is, and I know you never really touched on the gentleman that brought it up, like with where's this power that we're going to put in these batteries? Where's that going? Well, I also live right next to the grid line that's right there, which you guys are in the, I know it's a whole nother issue, or a whole nother deal, but that's getting ready to fire up
where they're gonna take that tower down, put up a single pole, and then put basically make it bigger. There are gonna be wires on each side. Is that where the power is gonna feed to with the switchgear and all that you're talking about?
So this site will tie to the existing facilities. The facilities you're talking about is a big out again from the state reliability. There are larger voltage lines going in that same right of way adjacent to the 161 kV, which is existing there now. This site will tie into that existing.
So
line.
there's gonna be two separate lines that go through
on that
there?
same runaway. We call it a double circuit. It's
I
really
see.
how it works.
I see.
So, yeah.
So, okay, all right.
One sometimes, I don't know exactly how this one's designed. A lot of times we'll build them over top of each other or just immediately side by side on similar towers.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar enough with what.
Yeah, my understanding they're gonna be side by side, but, okay, that's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have one over here. Yep. Yes, you. Yes, I'm sorry, the white.
I have 3 questions. I'm going to try to make them really quick. The first is circling back to the statement that studies have been done that the gases and the chemicals don't leach more than 50 feet from the unit, which makes me feel really good. Like, oh, that's great. Did those studies incorporate the effect of the smoke plume and how far it can carry toxic chemicals?
So the study was actually put together by the Society of Fire Protection Engineers. It was released in June of this year, and it's free online if anybody would like to go read it. It's 140 some pages. You're more than welcome to look through it. And that was actually using empirical data off of, somebody mentioned earlier, Moss Landing. It was looking at that. So there's 2 things to keep in mind is the heat plume or the thermal wave and the particulate matter are not necessarily linked together. They're not necessarily one and the same. Smoke fallout will happen before or after thermal plume. And so the thermal plume is the energy of heat that's going up and radiating out. And so the gases are not necessarily going that far as much as the heat's going to rise. So you're going to have heat rise and the smoke's going to fall out of that beforehand because it's heavier and not necessarily going to go as far. So as it goes up, it starts to fall out, and that's when they're doing the measurements. And it's not stuff that we did. It's not our study. This is what's coming out of data from real-world events that have been out there.
So it didn't state how far that could potentially go.
The study says that it's not going more than 20 to 50 feet is what the study's saying based on real live data.
Do you, as a firefighter, think that the smoke from this only travels 20 feet?
From my experience, and we burn a lot of diesel fuel at our training school, and watching burning diesel fuel, and we burn thousands of gallons of diesel fuel for training fires annually, and watching those fires and what happens, it depends on the molecules and what's being burnt and the size of it. When you're talking a CO2 molecule, I have no idea how far it goes because they're very hard to monitor because CO2 is already out in the environment. Carbon monoxide, it's about the size of air. It's a hard molecule to measure with, and you have to have the measuring equipment out there for that. But when you start looking at the toxins specifically, those toxins, when they're measuring those toxins are not leaving the site.
Well, I have a friend in Fredericktown that would probably disagree with you, and I encourage everyone to actually look up how far the smoke traveled.
Fredericktown was not a lithium-ion battery energy storage system.
Understood. I understand the difference.
Fredericktown was a battery recycler that had a similar fire in Madison, Illinois 2 years prior that was an enormous fire because of lack of safeguards and lack of separations and lack of protections. And they created quite a mess in those 2 environments. And these are completely different than that. It's not even apples and oranges. It's way beyond that because imagine a room of just recycled iPhone batteries and drill batteries and whatever else you could throw in here. This whole room full of that stuff, and that's what was lit off at Fredericktown.
Sure. No, I understand the difference. I do think it's worth noting, though, that we have had lithium phosphate fires.
Lithium iron phosphate?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, which is what we're putting in, right? Okay. The second thing, you stated that there was no solar project in the works. So your consultant in phase 1 report was titled Mill Creek Solar Project in February, and Mill Creek Solar and BEST Project in July, And then it studied approximately 1,700 acres on both sides of Highway 61. It was split down the middle to 286 acres on August 19th, 2 days before you filed with the Public Service Commission. So my question is Ameren developing a solar project, or were you originally planning a solar project? And when will the February 9th and July reports be added to this case?
Well, and like I mentioned earlier, and we've not made a secret about this, we are looking at real estate for a potential future solar project. It is not a part of this case. We are not asking for approval of it, and if and when we get to that point, you'd be able to, make comments about it at that time as well.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean we aren't, studying different potential and looking at, and that study itself was, looking at a really broad area for, potential locations. But it doesn't mean that we've brought a project forward here. And Scott, I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to touch on in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I want to discourage or mislead anybody. We're looking at solar projects and actually energy projects beyond solar across the state. That includes other gas projects as well. I think you saw in that report, we see that region as a potential option for that in the future, but
So what was the reason behind renaming them? Like, why were we removing solar? Like renaming these?
the reason
The
renaming
report?
what? I'm sorry,
Well,
I'm
you
just not following the question.
The report was renamed to take solar out of it. If that's still your intent, why would you take it out?
Again, just to reduce confusion around what we're actually asking for approval here.
Okay. My last question, I'm trying to be brief, sorry guys. When we are talking about the switching station, well, let me get to it. Can you tell me how much Lincoln County uses in wattage? I understand the peak hours and that this is supposed to store the excess to put it back into the system during peak hours. Is that correct? Sounded right? So what does Lincoln County use? What is the wattage? What do we use? And what's the deficit that we are currently trying to make up for?
Off the top of my head, I don't know what Lincoln County's, total demand is as a jurisdiction.
Sure.
I mentioned earlier that this one battery could power 180,000 homes. We have over 1 million customers, electric customers in Missouri. And all of these generation and energy storage resources that we do have on our entire system, they really serve all of our customers. They serve residential customers. They serve up to the largest customers that we have as well. We talked about a little bit earlier about how the grid is interconnected. And so it's really looking at the demand of the whole system. But I'm sorry I don't have that data about what Lincoln County specifically is.
Okay, so we are to take on the risk that for power that we will not actually consume, because I don't think we're running at a deficit, and that's what I'm trying to ask. Are we actually, because that's your opening statement. So I would think you would have the numbers to say we are running at a deficit for power.
You will be using the power here, just like you're using power at some of our power plants that are located
No, and I
on
love
other
your
sides of
power,
the
trust
state.
me, I need your power, not questioning that. Are we running at a deficit is the question, because that was your opening statement.
There are the electric system, usage on the electric system, demand for electricity across America and in Missouri, all across our service territory is absolutely growing. And Dr. Mark touched on that earlier. And so in order for us to continue to reliably serve all of our customers across the entire grid, we have to make sure that there's enough power out there. And that's what this project is. It's continuing to make sure that it's for reliability. It will serve Lincoln County. It will also serve other parts of the state as well, just like the current energy centers, power plants that we have right now do.
My last is the 3 spare connections that this has been built in with. Seems to be more than your standard. What is that for?
Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the switching station. Yeah,
yes.
so forced positions is our standard design on any switching stations, and it's quite common across all of our installations for any new plant coming in. And really, they've done that. Our transmission, that's a transmission obligation or our request to just manage long-term plans. But there's no explicit plans per se of why that is. It's just our standard outlay and design.
It does actually seem like, isn't it a 6 switching? Like, it feels like it's more than your actual average.
I mean, again, we go to our transmission, and really it's standard that anyone interconnected in our grid would have that standard switching station we would expect.
But it would conveniently actually support a data center, hypothetically, because of those extra that we could put in at a later
I don't think the
date.
switching station is a magic tool that with data centers. It's anything connecting to the grid, and then it's really keeping costs down, right? What equipment, how do we do standard designs and put them all throughout the state?
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. We've got about 12 minutes left, so, all right, and I've got 4 hands up. So if you each want to come up with one question, I'll try to get everybody in. So let's start right here. And then I've got 1, and then orange shirt, pink shirt.
Hi, I was just wondering if the said property has been purchased yet.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, ma'am? I didn't hear.
Has the said property off of Mill Creek been purchased yet?
The said property.
The
Oh,
property
I'm
where the
sorry.
batteries will be built?
I'm sorry, I just misunderstood the question. Do you want to touch on the status of that?
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the property, we do have contracts for the property we plan to purchase, and that's where it stands. We have binding agreements to.
But it
purchase
still
the
has
property.
not been purchased?
There's binding agreements.
Great. Have you taken into consideration the people that have lived here all their lives? They have horses and cows, and that's how they make their living, and they're going to have to move because, according to one scientist I know, the vibrations from these batteries are enough to drive a horse batshit crazy.
Well, I'm not familiar with that study or the scientists that you're referencing, but we've talked quite a bit about the impacts of these facilities, and we've published the reports and impacts that are there. So I'm not familiar with that one specifically.
I think you need to take a better look and put yourself in their shoes. See how you would feel if somebody was coming in and invading your place that you protected and lived and loved your whole life. Maybe your parents owned it. Maybe your grandparents owned it. But this is horrific, just horrific, because this is stage 1. There's stage 3 on an email where you to ask for the BESS and the solar. That's what you've approached Lincoln County for. That's all. I'm done. Hope I represented you.
Hi, I'm here kind of as a selfish reason. I'm the mayor of Silex. Are you aware that this battery storage plant is going in a very close proximity to where we had to put our pipeline to get water to our citizens?
Well, Mayor, first off, I appreciate the question. As I mentioned, every time we go and do a project like this, there's extensive studies. We do all of the impacts that are out there. And as we looked at these sites in particular, it's identified as being suitable to move forward. And so I don't know that came up in any of the analysis that suggested that it wouldn't be a good location for it, though.
Yeah. Have you heard of radionuclides? That's what caused us to have to do this. And we didn't have that much in our water. I'm concerned about the contamination that could come about. And, and saying that there will be no fires, saying that you have every means to put it out. Why do we have a concern now about PFAS? Back in the 50s and 60s, they were putting fires out with the foam that they're worried about now. How we got radionuclides in the aquifers in Lincoln County, I have no idea. But I guarantee down the road, we're going to be worried about the lithium ion as a contaminant in our aquifers. I can guarantee EPA is going to come knocking on somebody's door and say, we got an AOC for you. You got to fix this. And it won't be any fault of theirs because it's happened. That's what we had to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you've mentioned the substations and connecting all of these properties, not just here in this county, but others. Do you already have easements for where you're running these lines? Or are you going to have to make deals with citizens to get this all connected together in the surrounding counties, not just this one?
Yeah, so to start off with, the locations that we're talking about here in Lincoln County, all of those have been done through voluntary agreements with landowners. In terms of the rest of the electric system, we absolutely try to work with property owners and do the exact same thing anytime our teams are out talking with property owners if there's potential for infrastructure there. So you're kind of asking a broad question, and in some cases we will be upgrading transmission systems as we touched on a little bit earlier. In some cases the transmission system is adequate. So it really kind of depends exactly where you're talking about and exactly for what application.
Do you have current maps for the state of Missouri for all of your phase one that's happening in every county running down the interstate right now?
I'm not familiar with what you're referring to with phase one, but
Well, you keep mentioning this as phase one, and you're
I did not know, ma'am. There was another gentleman that referred to it as that.
Okay. So what I'm specifically asking is, people continue to talk about data centers and the increased power in a very specific area here in the state of Missouri. Is Ameren out currently looking on where they're going to run lines, and do they have maps that they're going to share with citizens in advance before asking for their farm ground, or are they gonna come and take it eminent domain?
Yeah, none of the battery projects, none of the solar projects, nothing in Lincoln County. We haven't used eminent domain in any of that. All of these are voluntary agreements. In the locations where we do have to upgrade our transmission system, we do publish very similar to the information that we have for this project. If you go to our website right now, you'll find different pieces of the transmission system where we are making upgrades. And when routes are identified, there is a general route map on there as well. So I think you're asking about kind of a broad part of it. And so if you want to go take a look at our website, you can see specific routes and whatnot.
Specific routes for what I'm referencing are not currently published. Specifically I-70 corridor, Montgomery County, Warren County, which is all connecting to 161 substation. Do you have those routes specifically laid out yet?
I think our teams are looking at those routes right now. I don't believe they've been finalized. No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my question is, you say we need energy, and that's why you're putting in this BESS system. What about the people, the homeowners, who are on the border of Ameren and Quiver River? We moved out here from Wentzville to get away from the hustle and bustle. I have Quiver River. How does your service and your energy benefit Quiver River? It doesn't. Can you tell me that you're gonna provide them this electric that you have to have with this BESS system?
Yeah, as we touched on a little bit earlier, the entire electric grid is really interconnected together, and that's really one of the things that helps ensure reliability. So I don't know if you want to touch on a little bit maybe how that part of it works.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the grid is really operated regionally, so it's not just like Ameren Missouri's plants serve Ameren Missouri's load. We function in a regional grid called the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator that goes from Canada all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. So generation that's put in anywhere can impact customers anywhere on that grid. Now, yes, I mean, we're building it primarily for our customers at Ameren, Missouri, but we interchange electricity with other members of this interconnected grid on an almost constant basis. So no, it's not primarily for Quiver River customers, but it can impact the availability of power there.
So you say how it could impact us. Now, do you have studies also showing how this can impact us on our resale value of our homes? Do you have any, near a BESS system, do you have studies showing that how this affects us homeowners and our resale value?
I'm not aware of any studies. Scott?
I mean, there's no specific studies Ameren has done. There's a lot of studies out there really related to solar, some related to BESS.
But this isn't pertaining solar, this is pertaining BESS.
Solar's a bigger footprint,
Yeah.
right? So I'm just kind of putting a scale of what has been studied. There's a very limited amount on BESS because they're really the testing standard, but all of those reports will almost show little to no impact and sometimes economic improvement and land improvement from an ag perspective. So those reports are out there. They are available. Again, they weren't commissioned and we weren't done for us. It's really just the whole market understanding that impact, and really universities and other constituents trying to understand that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. So there's an increase in demand for electricity in Ameren's service area, and Ameren's claiming that these requests to the PSC are not due to demands from data centers. There are several hyperscale data centers currently under construction in Ameren's service area, others that have been approved but haven't broken ground yet, several more being proposed in Ameren's service area. It was reported in February that Ameren signed an agreement to supply 2,200 megawatts of electricity to an unnamed group of large load customers. Subsequently, Ameren has requested a rate increase of approximately $350 million. Recently submitted a request for approval of a gas plant in West Alton, as well as all these projects that we're here for tonight. My question is, with all these increases in demand, which Ameren is claiming is not due to an influx of large load customers like data centers, how are these increases in demand differentiated between projected increases in electricity demand placed on our grid from industrial growth like data centers and then average, residents like us?
Yes, sir. No, great questions. And to be clear, we talked about this really kind of at the start of the session here. I'm not saying that demand on the electric system isn't caused by data centers. It's happening all across the country. What I was trying to say was that we don't know of a data center project that's looking at coming to Lincoln County. We are not building this project in order to bring a data center to Lincoln County. There's a growing demand for electricity across the grid. And
Right.
that's for all of our customers. It's for you at your house, it's for manufacturers, it's for data centers. And so these projects like this are really going to serve all of our customers and all of that demand. Now, the other question you asked about, I think, on how rates are set, there's an entire different process that also goes through the Public Service Commission that also includes discussions like this with the public, and you'll have a chance to weigh in on that. And one of the fundamental questions in that case, and Dr. Mark has already talked about it tonight, will determine how those costs are essentially allocated among different customers. And so absolutely understand your question, but I want to be clear, the growth on the electric system around the country, there's no secret about it that it's primarily driven by large data centers across the country and here in Missouri. But we're building these resources to make sure that all of us still have reliable power at our homes, at our small businesses, and really everywhere across the system too.
Right. So all these infrastructure build outs and everything, they're not specific to just, Lincoln County as far as supplying electricity, just here. Just like my question doesn't relate to a data center specifically in Lincoln County. How do you guys differentiate between a projected demand that's going to be caused by industry growth versus growth in demand from residents? How do we know why are our rates going up for a demand increase that we're not actually creating?
Yeah, great question. And, I think, first of all, when you talk about how do we differentiate with growth, we have, where growth is coming from. We do forecast, in great detail by customer class. So we have residential, commercial, industrial, large loads. We file every 3 years and sometimes more often updates to it, what we call an integrated resource plan that has that load growth kind of specified by the customer classes. And so, we'll be filing a new 3-year plan at the end of September. Our existing plan was 3 years ago, so that was 2023. That is available on our website, and it details the load growth by customer type, by customer class. When you talk about who pays for it, that is a topic that gets a lot of analysis and a lot of attention in rate reviews. We have a currently pending rate review. The Ameren, Missouri does a study that looks at what customer classes are driving what types of costs. It's a really intense and large data set study. The parties, the staff and the Public Service Commission will review that and make their own recommendations. They may say that more of the cost was caused by data centers, and that might be something that the commission is asked to evaluate. But it is something that gets a lot of attention, a lot of study, and a lot of data analysis in the context of setting rates.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Gentleman in green will be our last question for this evening. Just so everyone's aware, we'll try to take questions otherwise, but we do have to get moving. So I appreciate just keeping things going, and we'll get you two in.
Fine. This is in my backyard. I am real close to this center. I moved out here to get away from the city, to get out into the country, which everybody has enjoyed. But now you want to put this in my backyard. If this catches on fire, what's the likelihood of all this going to my property? And are you going to set up alarms so I know it's going off? So I have an ample capacity to get out.
Yes, ma'am. We talked a little bit about fire safety issues a little bit earlier, but do you want to touch on that again?
It's no different than any other fire response. That would be with the local emergency services, so that would be a coordinated effort. The entire fire response is coordinated with the manufacturer of the battery, with Ameren, and the local emergency services, so that would be part of working with them as a collective whole to make whatever notifications they feel is appropriate, whether it's a fire here, you got a semi-truck leaking in hydrous ammonia on the interstate, whatever it may be, it's something that they handle day in and day out.
Are you gonna put sirens up so Tom and Jerry knows that they need to get out? Because we have no fire alarms out here. If there's a fire on a building, we don't know about it. We don't know to get out of the facility.
Well, this
Are there
building,
sirens gonna be put up?
that would be a discussion we would have with the local emergency officials to see what they feel is necessary. From the experience that we've seen elsewhere with batteries in other locations, that is typically not something that is done because the risk has not been identified as being there.
And which way are you coming in to do this facility? Are you coming off of Mill Creek? You coming off of 61? Mill Creek was just paved. It was gravel when I moved in here. Our church paid for that road to be paved instead of doing gravel. Are your equipment here up?
Site question here.
Yeah, really, we'll access that from 61 and then Mill Creek Church Road up on the north section of that road, and we will return roads back to the condition we found them in.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it seems like people are worried about the fires, and to stop a fire, you just don't give it oxygen, right? Couldn't you fix that so you couldn't give it oxygen? I mean, they stopped Chernobyl in Russia, right?
These are a challenging event, and so hypoxic firefighting is something that's been looked at worldwide on a variety of things. It was actually a topic I had recently, a discussion. It's still in a lot of it's not a proven technology. How's that? And so one of the things that they did find out, and in the days of these, is to suppress these with clean agents. And they did one of those in Surprise, Arizona, at a battery there, different technology, different event. It was a walk-in type of unit. It went to thermal runaway. One set of batteries went into thermal runaway, and it dumped a fire suppression system. And when the fire department and fires went on that door, it exploded and blew them 75 feet through a chain link fence.
So it's worse than you think it is.
Yes, and so the fire suppression, what we've learned in the last 15 years, honestly, with lithium-ion batteries, is they're not a typical fire. Fire suppression doesn't work. Factory Mutual tried to put them out with sprinklers. They couldn't put them out with sprinklers. They found that water actually if you put water on a battery, it makes it worse because you actually short out adjacent equipment, and then you just make the whole process a lot worse, a lot longer.
So fill the building full of concrete then?
Well, that's what they've done, like what somebody mentioned with Fredericktown. There's been other lithium-ion battery recyclers that they've had to put cement in to suppress those. But what has been found over the course of time is let the battery run its course, get the neighboring adjacent batteries out, and start.
It's cheaper for you all to do that.
It's the decommissioning process.
We're not worried about people. We're just worried about your business.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I don't necessarily agree with that statement. Ameren, safety is a value. I'm in the safety department at Ameren, and we were talking on the way over here that he made me a battery convert. I was not a big lithium. I was a very staunch opponent to batteries within Ameren. And I'm not. It's not because I work for the company. I have licenses and I have integrity. And so if I didn't believe in this, I wouldn't be up here defending this. But I've seen enough.
But you're getting paid for that, right?
I have integrity, sir, and I pay attention to what the studies say and pay attention to what our insurers say and pay attention to what's going on in the industry and keep a pretty close tab to it, and would not be sitting up here stating these things if I did not believe in it.
We absolutely do care about safety. Absolutely. That's why we shared a lot of information on our website about this. You can go and take a look at it. Some of the information that we've talked about tonight. We've talked about fire safety quite a bit. I know it's a concern, but we 100% absolutely agree that the same thing that you do, sir, is you want to know how these are going to be dealt with and how they're going to be handled in a safe way. And I think Tim has really provided a lot of information tonight. And if you don't want to take our word for it, it is out there in the public, and you can read it for yourself too. But we do absolutely care about people.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to do a quick 10-minute break while we get the judge and the commissioners out here. So if you would just stick around to testify for the second half. Thank you.
Hey, where were you? Hey, buddy.
Choking these guys. You know, there's a colonel up there. He said that no land has been purchased. Frank Beasley told me personally that he sold 800 acres.
No. It's very personal.
Yeah. There he is. I was looking for you.
Commissioner Mitchell joining.
Oh. We're on the same time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm the mayor. I know.
Good evening, Brian. This is Commissioner Kochmeyer.
Good evening, Commissioner Mitchell.
Good evening. I can hear you fine.
Commissioner Kochmeyer here.
Hey, Commissioner Kochmeyer, welcome. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, thank you. Good evening.
I'm trying to keep our people.
Doesn't matter. I get to be up front.
Well, she might get to read lips a little bit.
Yeah, true. This is just ridiculous.
Well, they keep saying the way they word it, this application, this application.
Yeah,
So we're going to go through this in another 6 months. We're going to tell us the next
I was
application.
really
the same
tempted.
people.
Yeah, I wanted to get up there and say, hey, was there a board of people just like you at the Moss Landing development? Was this a board just like you guys when the Johnson shut-ins, when the electric toilet that broke and almost killed a family? The same bullshit. Same people.
They got enough law enforcement here, don't they?
Yeah, look at this.
They're expecting trouble.
They should get it.
You guys, I was not in the negotiation about riding. That was Janie and Amy, and I said, well, because we thought Ethan was coming in. Yeah. So we thought, well, we'll get too many in the car probably. But then once Ethan said, I'm driving, I said, and then Kurt, she's already having her Chinese.
The Japanese, that place was good. I was like, Janie was like, oh, we should go. And I was like, yeah, I was wanting to try this place for Emily anyway. I got her some, whatever the hell it was, some roll. Some
Gentlemen, you're live on this hearing.
It's like, yeah, it was really good. So, yeah, take her out there sometime. She loves that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because it's no meat, right?
Yeah, a lot of it is if you want it. Usually, I always get something that's cooked. They got a crunchy roll, tempura shrimp, and it's real good.
You know what? I don't see Dora. I don't see Dora here tonight. The big spokesman, the Ramrod, the one who did all the talking.
when we get some fish to come.
Excuse me, everybody. We're getting ready to start, so if you could take a seat, please. Excuse me, everybody. If we could settle down, we'll get started here. All right, let's go on the record. We are on the record.
This meeting is being transcribed and summarized.
Okay. I'm sorry. We are on the record. Today is August 26, 2026. The time is 8:00 p.m. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ken Sire. I am a regulatory law judge with the Missouri Public Service Commission, and I will preside over this formal testimony part of tonight's hearing. The Commission has scheduled this hearing tonight to receive public input regarding the application of Union Electric Company doing business as Ameren, Missouri, for approval of certificates of convenience and necessity relating to 3 battery energy storage system projects, 2 solar generation facilities, and related transmission facilities. The case number is EA-2026-0183. With me here tonight is the Chair of the Commission, Kayla Hahn, and Commissioner Maida Coleman. Also participating online are Commissioners Glenn Kolkmeyer and John Mitchell. The Commissioners have not made any decisions in this case and cannot answer any questions today during this portion of the hearing because they have to remain impartial until after all the evidence is presented at the evidentiary hearing in this matter, which is currently scheduled to begin on September 29th. At this time, Chair Hahn, would you like to make some opening remarks?
Thank you, Judge Sire. Thank you all for coming out this evening. Appreciate you being here. My fellow commissioners and I are glad that we've got such a great turnout. We felt that it was important to have this additional local public hearing as we did hear some concerns about the late notice provided for the last round of local public hearings. And we heard in particular that noon during a weekday was difficult for some folks to attend. We also think it's important that commissioners attend the local public hearings, and due to a scheduling issue in Eolia, we were unable to be there in person, which is another reason why we thought it was important to hold this hearing this evening. The portion of the hearing this evening is part of the formal case process. As commissioners, we're not able to hear information or testimony that is not part of the formal case process. This is why we are unable to view or respond to emails that are sent to us about the case, and we are unable to attend events or other meetings regarding the projects in this case because they are not part of the official proceeding. However, we can hear your comments, and tonight we have an opportunity to do so. This is the reason we are prioritizing those who have not testified or provided comments at one of the other local public hearings already held in this case. It's also the reason we're going to make sure that we limit comments to 2 minutes so we can be respectful of everyone in attendance and make sure we get to as many folks as possible. And while this on-the-record portion is the time you're able to share your comments, this is not the only opportunity to share your comments. We do also have a public comment feature. You can do so on our website or by filling out public comment forms. And we also have a QR code you can scan to enter your comments. If you see any of our staff, they'd be happy to help you do that. Again, we appreciate you being here. We look forward to hearing from you tonight. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair Hahn. There are attorneys here today representing the parties in this matter. For the record, would each of you identify yourselves and state which party you're representing, beginning with Ameren, Missouri?
Good evening. Jermaine Grubbs on behalf of Ameren, Missouri. Thank you.
And for the staff?
Doug Hennon. I'm an attorney with the Staff Counsel's Office of the Missouri Public Service Commission.
And for the Office of the Public Counsel?
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Van Gerpen on behalf of the Office of the Public Counsel.
All right. Thank you. This portion of the hearing is more formal than the question and answer session that preceded it. Legal meeting, expect everyone to behave as if this were a courtroom. The commissioners and I understand that many people have strong opinions about this case, but we won't tolerate people interrupting others' testimony with outbursts. Not only is it disrespectful, it takes away time to hear from all who wish to testify. Therefore, anyone who interrupts another's testimony will be reprimanded and warned that a second interruption will result in removal from the building. We also request that you limit your comments to the projects that Ameren is proposing. As for the procedure for the rest of the evening, people will testify under oath or affirmation, and a court reporter who is online will be recording the testimony and preparing a written transcript of the hearing to be filed with the case. Those of you who have signed up to testify have filled out a form attesting that your testimony will be true and accurate. But the persons testifying also need to be formally sworn in. So now, to save time, I'd like to simultaneously, all at the same time, swear in anyone who plans to testify tonight. So, if you've signed up to testify, or if you have not yet signed up, but you think it's possible that you might, once you hear others testify, at this time I'd ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you provide tonight shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. In a few minutes, I will call people to testify in the order that people signed up to testify. When I call your name, please step up to the podium and clearly state and spell your first and last name for the court reporter. You may then give your comments to the commission. I will try to let the next person on the list know that they're up next so that they can either wait there in the aisle or just be prepared to come up to the microphone so we don't waste too much time. As Chair Hahn said, we are going to try to limit testimony to 2 minutes each. And our contract with the Lions Club here requires us to conclude the public hearing by 10 o'clock p.m. So if you're testifying, I will either, and you're coming up on your time limit, I will either signal with my hand in maybe this fashion, or will verbally let you know that you have 30 seconds of time remaining. You will then need to wrap up your testimony. Finally, priority will, as Chair Hahn touched on, priority will be given tonight to those who have not testified in one of the previous local public hearings in this case. If all others have testified tonight and time remains, people who have previously testified may be given an opportunity to testify again. And as Chair Hahn also mentioned, for anyone who would like to give comments to the commission but did not get to testify tonight, or you may submit your written comments to the commission on our website at psc.mo.gov. Referencing this case number, and there, as you may also have been told or noticed, that there's a QR code on the back of the What to Expect handout that will take you directly to that comment form. All right, so let's get started. First person that I've been told signed up is Lynn Luckett, and after Ms. Luckett is Linda Whitler. So
apologize. I took hurry out of my vocabulary. Hi there. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lynn Luckett, Mayor of the City of Silex.
and Ms. Luckett, could you state, or could you spell your name? For the court reporter?
Lynnne-Luckett. When I took office in August of 2023, about a week afterwards, we got an administrative order of consent from EPA telling us we had to correct this radionuclides in our water. We had to provide one gallon per person per household per day to our citizens. That cost us in the end $55,000 in bottled water and $46,000 to fix the leaks we had. The reason I bring that up is the plan that we went with as far as getting water to us, clean potable water, is a pipeline that we connected to in Eolia that directly falls in line with this proposed lithium battery storage site. I am concerned about contamination. I am concerned but when it would catch on fire. All of that going to the wildlife areas and the creeks that are there. It doesn't take much for it to get into the aquifer. We don't know where the radionuclides came from. And, you know, like Ellsbury has PFAS from putting out fires in the 50s and 60s. So an environmental concern is great for us. I've contacted the environmental agency in Region 7, and they said they knew nothing about this. So I just wanted to thank you for having this here and let you know what we're facing in Silex. We can't afford another water source.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Luckett.
Thank you, Mayor. Mm-hmm.
Linda Whitler is up next, and after that, Brett Martin. Is Linda Whitler here? How about Brett Martin? There he is. And then after Mr. Martin is Gakita Ra, I'll say. I apologize. All right, if you would state and spell your name, please.
My name is Brett Martin, B-R-E-T-M-A-R-T-I-N. I'm a lifelong resident of Silex, Missouri, and I just wanted to point a few things out. Outside of the corporate limits of Silex and Ellsbury and the surrounding towns, everybody out there is on private water wells, most of which are, you know, not dug past 300 feet, especially a lot of the older ones are in the hundreds. I know Ameren has said that their plan, for the most part, in response to a fire does not involve the use of water, but their plan for the construction includes water storage, which by default means that to some extent they're planning on using water to control some amount of the fire. Ameren also spoke and said that all these particulates, all these poisonous gases, everything that this will put off, they're going to be heavily concentrated. According to them, they don't go past 20 to 50 feet. So they'll be heavily concentrated in the immediate area of the fire that they are anticipating using water on to extinguish or control to some extent based on their inclusion of a water storage facility. So if they are going to be using water to contain the fire, put it directly on it or the neighboring units of the one that is on fire, and you have a high concentration of all this toxic stuff that it's putting off, cyanide, whatever they mentioned, in the immediate area, and you're putting water on that and stuff that they said that immediately binds to the things around it, which I would assume would be, partially the other units that they're going to be spraying with water, it's going to get into the aquifer. And all these people have private wells. They're not going to, and most of the people out there, the average income's not very high. They're not going to be able to test their own water supply. So I don't know what the course of action is but that's my main concern.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Gakita Rahi. All right. And Don Rahi. All right. And then next one I have is Mike Roth. And after Mr. Roth, Mark Jadwin.
Hello, my name is Mike Roth, M-I-K-E-R-O-T-H, and I do thank you guys for allowing us to have this meeting tonight. Mine's a little bit different. It's more of just a concern as a whole. We broke ground in our home in 2020. Like some people in this room, we chose to move far north because we wanted the peace, beauty, and low risk of disruption that Lincoln County offers. Lincoln County is defined by its rich agriculture heritage, its rolling farmland, and its livestock. For many families here, livestock is not a hobby, it is a livelihood. We all know how central this is to our community. You have to only look at the turnout of the auctions and the shows at the Lincoln County Fair every single year to see the importance of livestock in this community, including with the 4-H kids. With what is being proposed, we are looking at a project that may take away people's livelihoods and force livestock to relocate. That includes businesses that have been here for years to relocate with reputations that they've built in this county. Excuse me. If families have to leave their land, where do they go? I know we struggled finding a place in Silex when we wanted to move out here. We chose Silex because of the school district. To my understanding, Silex and Clopton are fantastic school districts. And at this point, if it was to come in, I do believe people will be uprooted to where they do have to relocate and maybe even move more towards the city, O'Fallon, St. Peter's. We all know that farmland has been taken up there, of course, over the years. Apartment complexes, including probably apartment bans where they can't build because the land is being taken up.
Mr. Roth, you are nearing the time limit.
I am afraid that this project may halt everything Lincoln County is known for. The aftermath will put our neighbors' peace, safety, and beautiful landscape in jeopardy. Thank you for listening. I appreciate each of you.
Thank you. All right, Mark Jadwin. Mr. Jadwin. All right, next is Judy Batten.
Hi, my name's Judy Batten, Judybatton. So in 2019, my husband and I retired. We moved to Montgomery to have acreage and be around wildlife. And we've been going through the fight with Amazon, Google, and for other reasons besides being 2 miles from the data center. And that included, we decided to move to Ellsbury. So now I'm in the same predicament. We were told we were putting solar panels up to help with our bills. Then they turned around and blindsided us with the data centers. They raised our bills before the data centers are even built. And it's all been DNR lies. We don't know. You know, now they're going to build the buildings, but you mentioned solars. They said, nope, we don't have anything to do with solars yet. Next comes data centers. Totally against it. Who wants to live close to a data center? Does any of you want it in your backyard?
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Next is Christopher Reinick. And then after him, Diana and Denise Baumgartner.
I don't have a speech written. I just want to say that.
But before you do say it, could you spell your name for the court?
Oh, yeah, it's Christopher Reineck, Reineck. I live in St. Louis County. Is that all you need?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. But yeah, it seems as if these battery centers pretty much go hand in hand with would-be solar farm. Everybody here is most likely, as far as the residents go in the area, they don't want either one of that in their, area. Like many of them have already said, they moved up here, to get away from it. And we're all seeing the same rate raises throughout the service area. We don't want to pay more. And as far as the correlation between industrial growth and residential growth and our increased demand on electricity, from what I understand, what is submitted to the Public Service Commission from Ameren, part of it is sealed. I don't know exactly what the public doesn't have access to in those numbers, but maybe just being more transparent about, this is the projected demand brought on by this, and this is the projected demand brought on by residents, because I know I'm not, turning down my air conditioner to lower and lower. I'm trying to save money. And, yeah, I mean, I just think that, the PSC, you guys want to protect us and do that, please just listen to everybody here. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Diana Baumgartner or Denise Baumgartner. All right, next is Jim Eklor, and then after him would be Sophia Thompson.
Thank you. My name is Jim Eckler, JimEaklor. I'm just voicing my concern. I live real close to this said property, the project. I've got two major concerns. One, I've got a special needs grandson that is sensitive to batteries. He has a shunt in his head. I don't really got a clear answer from Ameren if there's been a study on exactly what's involved with that. I mean, he can't be by a cell phone, what have you. I don't know how much these batteries put off, but my question would be, is he going to be able to come over to my house anymore with this being said? My other concern would be the water. As far as, what is it going to be? What's it going to do as far as, like they said, the wells and all that you have? And the fire and fume issue. I mean, we're right there. What do we do? There's not a real elaborate plan to really protect anybody from this, but that's all I have, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eckler. Sophia Thompson. And then after Ms. Thompson is Jamie Blair.
Hello, I just want to voice, sorry.
Could you go ahead and spell your name, please, for that?
SOPHIATHOMPSON. I would just like to address my concerns to the Public Service Commission and ask that you would actually take into account the whole picture of what you're hearing, as it is very obviously to all of us in the room a preparation for a much larger system to be put into place. So not just what they propose here today, but what they intend to do matters. So I would like to remember what they said earlier, that they did not deny a solar in the future for the Mill Creek location. And there's very clearly a lot of people who do not want that to happen. And also for the best system, that there were not studies published to the public at the original Eolia hearing. They said they didn't have to release those, and they didn't actually do that. And so for us to be told here today, well, we hope you read all of the studies, we don't even know when those were actually disclosed to us. That feels very dishonest, because we were told at the original Eolia hearing that they didn't have to disclose those. So that does not feel honest. It feels very, very shady to me, for lack of a better word. And then also that they really, I don't feel that they are actually being honest. Because when we talk about, sorry, let me look at my notes. When we talk about the capacity, we were told that this was because they wanted to fill the deficit for energy. So if that is true, why can they not actually tell us any numbers about the deficit that is existing? So it does feel as though they are doing this to sell to other states for income. And so that is our concern, is that they're not actually being honest about the deficit that Missouri residents are currently operating under. They should be able to clearly express that to us, and that was not done today. They were not able to provide those comments earlier with proof, with data. They had no for us. Instead, they just said, oh, we need it. Well,
Right.
we have to take all of the risk as Missouri residents for a deficit that is not our own,
Right.
and that should not be the case for us. So
Okay.
thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Hi, I'm Jamie Blair, Jamieblair. So I'm a consumer. I'm an Ameren consumer and a ratepayer, and I'm from Audrain County. And I understand that there was potentially a meeting in Vandalia that I never received any sort of notice for, so I was not able to speak at that. So I would like to formally testify at this hearing that I am opposed to the proposal for all 5 of the different things that are in the proposal, because I don't know how my own county is affected, because I haven't seen any of the information about the solar field we are getting, according to this proposal, or the BESS facility or where it will be located. And in addition to those concerns, in Mexico, which is in Audrain County, we already had a natural gas pipeline burst, and everybody's still got a little trauma about that. That was a few years back, and so I don't think we want a BESS fire situation happening. My largest concern in the situation is the gobbling up of farmland, and I would like to formally put forth my appreciation for the Office of the Public Counsel's testimony. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next person that signed up was Savannah DeKerber, and then after her is Craig Hall.
She's in the restroom.
Hi, could you go ahead and spell your name for the court reporter?
Savannah DeKerber, Savanna. Last name is Dickherber. It is on the board behind you.
You can go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not as well prepared as I wanted to be, because we don't get to talk about everything that we probably need to, because we know there's future things coming. So I just want to tell you all that we appreciate our linemen and women with Ameren and the workers there, but we have trust issues with them. I think everybody that has Ameren has trust issues with them and their own reasoning for that. There is a massive invasion of these projects happening all around our country at a faster pace than any other industrial revolution we have ever had. We are more advanced in this century, but it's obvious that these tech giant billionaires are competing and have no care about the destruction they are going to leave behind under the guise of clean energy. Although the infrastructure being built for them is considered clean energy, what comes after is anything but. And I think most of us are aware of that, or should be by now. The advancement is not a bad thing, but the corruption that comes within the AI arms race, and we might as well say it for what it is going to steer us directly down our own digital prison. I'll talk more about that when we get to the next one, which will be solar farms, and the next one, which will be data centers. But we are experiencing one of the biggest transformations in history, and we are asking you to help us delay it, slow it down at a more reasonable pace, in a more transparent, safer way until all risks are managed. And I sure hope that you'll choose us and listen to everybody here, because it's either us or it's corporate greed.
All right, thank you. All right, next is Craig Hall. And after Mr. Hall, Aaron Schaefer.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Craig Hall, C-R-A-I-G, Hall, H-A-L-L, and I'm a Lincoln County resident. And basically what I'm going to ask the Commission is to put Lincoln County first over the data center needs. My electricity bill is up about 12% year over year, and I've been told that's due to the data center usage that's primarily come out of the St. Louis area, and now it's growing. And we heard tonight that we're not going to have a data center in Lincoln County, so we have no benefit to Lincoln County. Now, what I want to testify, however, is that the proposed location is right in the middle of the White Memorial area and also the William Logan Conservation Area. And there's a watershed there. And tonight I heard a lot about smoke, pollution, fire, heard a lot about water pollution. These are two exquisite parks, nature areas that are right in the same location as the proposed area for this battery park. And my question to the Ameren people are, why can't we go somewhere else? I mean, from a Lincoln County person, I value the park much more so than a data center. I don't need data centers. I don't need AI. I don't need to help the people in St. Louis. I need to help the people in Lincoln County, and those parks and those habitat, those wildlife help me. And I just ask you to consider it. If you're going to do this, do it somewhere else. It's a bad location, too much of a watershed, too many animals, too much wildlife, and it just doesn't work for Lincoln County. So that's my point, and I appreciate your time, and I hope you take that into consideration.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hall. Aaron Schaefer, and then after Ms. Schaefer is Ann Reisinger.
Erin Schaefer, E-R-I-N-S-C-H-A-F-F-E-R. I came here tonight. My husband and I do not live in Silex, but we stand in solidarity with the people of Silex and support them, especially those that are closest to where this BESS facility is proposed. What I wanted to talk about was based generically on the information of lithium batteries that are typically used in BESS systems and the emergency response to it, the environmental issues to it. And unfortunately, you guys are only allowing 2 minutes, even though we've had a bunch of people not show up here to be able to speak. So we should kind of get that time back. But one of the things that I really want to encourage for public counsel is, and for Missouri Public Service Commission, I hope that you sit down with your lawyers. I hope that you demand to any of these large companies that are looking to come into Lincoln County to build these infrastructure demanding facilities here. I hope you talk to them about developer mitigation fees, because asking the local volunteer-based fire departments to bear the physical and the financial burden to be specialized readiness for catastrophic events, which I do want to note, Ameren said they're using lithium phosphate batteries. So that's the information we have to go on, that these are going to be safer batteries. If we don't get safer batteries installed, then the stuff that I came here prepared tonight to talk about applies, and it's not pretty. But if a catastrophic situation occurred, you're typically looking at a multi-agency response that involves 30 to 60 trained personnel. That includes hazmat teams, air monitoring teams. Lincoln County doesn't have that. We share that. We have to share that with St. Charles County, and we have to share that with Warren County.
Ms. Schaefer, you are at your time limit.
Wonderful, appreciate that.
So
yeah,
if you
hurry
could
it up.
If you could wrap it up.
Yeah,
yes.
sure, no problem. But I wholeheartedly urge the Missouri Public Commission Service Commission to put a moratorium in place and to connect with the local officials and the fire departments to give an honest and a responsible, not some BS review, a responsible review of how those types of projects will impact the county from a safety standpoint and a water usage standpoint.
Ann Reisinger, and then next after her is Mary Geeding.
My name is Ann Reisinger, ANNREISINGER. I live in Silex. I've heard lots of things tonight, and I feel like we are not getting the transparency that we need. They say one thing and then they say another thing. They say no solar farm. Then they go, well, yeah, we are looking at land for a solar farm. Once you get a battery system here, that's going to be their next thing. And if you say yes to the battery system, it's going to be hard to say no to the solar farm. I have a type 1 diabetic grandchild. He relies on a cell phone to get his readings from his devices. If you put a battery system and a solar farm here, solar farms can affect cellular usage. In the middle of the night, I need to have that beep go off when he goes. That is a medical emergency. It is part of what you're asking our community to have and what the impact is. I want transparency, I want enforceable protections, and I want independent information, not just the information that Ameren themselves have gotten. I want it from somebody independent that has no stake in the game. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mary Geeding, and then after Ms. Geeding is Rodney Huckleberry.
Hello, my name is Mary Geeding. It's Marygee, D as in dog, ING. I wanted to go ahead and start with talking about the fire test Ameren says these batteries have passed. The fire standard Ameren says it must follow in the battery Ameren is actually proposing. All three are in Ameren's words. We'll start with the standards. Ameren's August notice tells the community that before an energy storage system can be installed, it must also comply with the NFPA 855, and that the batteries are required to pass rigorous testing, including the UL 9540A for fire propagation. The authority it cites for that is a product webpage from the battery vendor. The Commission's own staff found something different. No locally adopted ordinances or fire codes apply to that site. And NFPA 855 itself exempts outdoor facilities under the exclusive control of an electrical utility. This site is outdoors. Ameren controls it, so nothing requires Ameren to comply with the NFPA 855 here. And nothing requires a UL 9540A test here. Ameren is exempt from the standard by law and bound to it only by its own notice. Must comply means chooses to for now. Now, the test is not something a battery passes. It is a test method. It burns a cell, a molecule, a unit, and an installation. And it reports what happened, how hot, what gases, whether the fire spread, so that an engineer can perform a hazard analysis. The output is data. Describing it as passed tells the Commission nothing about what the data showed. Staff asked Ameren whether that hazard analysis has been performed. Ameren answers in redacted. Staff's recommended and proposes to receive it when completed. Now the battery.
Ms. Girding, you are at your limit. If you could wrap it up, please.
Yes. Now the battery, staff identifies the proposed unit as the Tesla Megapack 3. That unit began production on August 6th of this year, 20 days before tonight. It holds about 5 megawatt hours, up from 3.9 for the unit Ameren is installing at Big Hollow. And it gets there with a new, larger cell and a redesigned cooling system. It is not the unit Ameren has built before. Ameren's application swears to approximately 240 battery enclosures.
Ms. Girding, I believe we will have time when all that are on the list testify, if you'd like to stick around and continue with that
Okay.
on a second round. Thank you. All right, Rodney Huckleberry.
Yep, Rodney
I'm
Huckleberry,
sorry.
ROD.
I'm sorry. I'm
ROD.
sorry.
What?
Mr. Huckleberry. Yes, Ms. Van Gerpen.
I think there we go. We just had a brief question for Ms. Geating. I wondered if I could ask her to come back.
Yes, if you come back to the microphone, please. And
Thank you. Ms. Geating, could you repeat that standard that you cited to just a little bit slower?
I think there were two that you referenced.
The NFPA 855?
855.
Yes, and the UL 9540A. And I do have citations with me as well.
I'm sorry, it was ULR.
UL 9540A. And I believe this is included in the packet I gave you earlier.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
all right. And you are Mr. Huckleberry, but I also would like to let the crowd know that after you is Tess Crenshaw. So, Mr. Huckleberry, could you spell your name, please, for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. Rodney Huckleberry, RODNEY, KLEBERRY. I'm speaking in opposition to the BESS system and the other things that are coming with it. This is my third meeting that I've been to. It's the first one that I've spoken at, and it's interesting that I haven't heard any testimony at any of the three meetings in support of this. So I just wanted to get that point out. I gotta say, I don't fault the landowners for selling their property or leasing their property for the system, even though it's not supposed to be known, but everybody knows a pretty exorbitant price that it was sold or leased for. Personally, I wouldn't sell my land for anything. So the other thing is I don't know how long this transmission line is. You can't tell me that there isn't some unproductive land somewhere along that transmission line or in this region grid that is not productive farmland where the battery system could be put. Apparently there's no solar farm or anything associated with it, so it can be split off and can be put anywhere. And then looking at the map of all the solar facilities in Missouri, there's 39 of them, I think, and 28 of them are in rural areas. And I presume, I don't have the facts on that, most of them are in areas where there's no planning and zoning. And I got a feeling that these places are being targeted because of economical factors and not being able to, the lower regulations for what they have to comply with no planning and zoning in these areas. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Huckleberry. Tess Crenshaw and then Fred Schmidt.
Tess Crenshaw, TESSCRENSHAW.
And I am going to ask you to speak up a little bit, or maybe be closer a little to the mic. That's better. Thank you.
Okay. I've been in Lincoln County my entire life. Live in Silex now. Ameren publicly marketed this project as financial windfall that will provide stable, predictable revenue for the next 20 years to support our roads, county services, the Silex School District. This claim is highly misleading. Under Missouri tax law, industrial battery equipment depreciates rapidly. This revenue will not be stable. It will peak and then plummet year after year as the equipment loses value, leaving our school district with a shrinking asset. Also, Ameren hasn't stated if they will seek Chapter 100 tax abatements or local exemptions that should slash these project funds in half. Meanwhile, the construction of this facility will send hundreds of industrial haulers and concrete trucks tearing through our roads. The minimal tax revenue generated will barely cover structural destruction done to our local chip and seal roads and bridges. Also, Ameren said the industry stored here, the energy stored in their batteries will be dispatched throughout the entire Missouri grid and not just in Lincoln County. So why should we bear 100% of the industrial footprint, safety hazards, road destruction, while the 4-hour battery power exported throughout the entire Missouri area? The project does not serve our community convenience or necessity. It's dangerous industrial mismatch for our rural community. I strongly urge the commission to deny this application.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Crenshaw. All right, Fred Schmidt and then Jeff Hammond. Mr. Schmidt. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Fred Schmidt, FRED, I am here because the Certificate of Convenience and Necessity is for Ameren. It is not, I'm sorry, commissioners. I'm going to ask the commissioners to meet and exceed their requirements. Ameren is picking this spot because they're going in the Silex Fire District that does not have an ICC code. If they would locate on the other end of the property, they would fall under Eolia ICC 2024 code. So then we would have inspections, we would have reviews, we would have a higher standard. They've also picked this location because we don't have planning and zoning. And planning and zoning, the city or the county commissioners can't do anything, so I'm asking the PSC to do this. I went to MoDOT because the crossing of the highway is scheduled for improvements in 28 because of the dangerous and the safety, and they said they can't do anything about it, you know, to do anything to Ameren to make them do the road improvements or wait until the safety is good for the community because they don't have authority over it. So it leaves it down to the Public Service Commission to do what we need to be done. That is require them. They're going to tell you we meet the standards, you know, we meet the code, and that's the same as saying we're doing the minimum that we have to do, and that we could do more, we know we should do more, and there are more availability, but if the PSC doesn't make us do it, we don't. So I just need you to step up your game to step this opportunity up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Jeff Hammond and then Joseph Gray.
Hello, my name is Jeff Hammond, spelled Jeffhammann. I have a lot more to say that will fit in 2 minutes, so I'm going to go pretty fast. From Ameren UE's own website, Ameren's company-wide goal of net zero carbon emissions by 2045 is science-based and consistent with the objectives of the Paris Agreement and limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. If you go to the websites of the top 10 AI data center operators, you'll find that all 10 are committed to 100% renewable or something like that, but sometime between the years 2030 and 2045. Just 2 days ago, the attorneys general of 4 states, Texas, Nebraska, Florida, and Alaska, confronted the big 4 accounting firms over their requiring clients to report compliance with international climate goals, even if that didn't matter to that particular client. Further, requiring climate disclosures adds profits to those 4 big accounting firms. The simple fact of the matter is CO2 is plant food. If you look around and if you read the materials where this has been studied, we're growing more vegetation on the earth, and that's a good thing. The record high temperature in the state of Missouri was set in July of 1954. That was 70 years ago. Why are we doing renewable energy? It's not necessary.
Mr. Hammond, you've got about 30 seconds.
Okay, thanks. Ameren UE is owned about 78%, I just checked that this morning, by institutional investors. These are people who live out of state, who don't know us from a hole in the wall, who they care about the stock price, they care about the dividend. If some little folks get stepped on, that's probably the cost of doing business. And so I would ask the Public Service Commission, for those of us who are, as it were, in the nosebleed section, we're getting steamrolled by a really big system that's doing things that are not necessary. Please vote no for this project and protect the little people before we get steamrolled. Thank you.
All right, next up is Joseph Gray and then Andrea Young.
Thank you for coming tonight. My name's Joseph Gray, Josephgray. I live in southern Pike County, very close to Eolia. I am a graduate at University of Missouri-Rolla and a degree in engineering. Tonight, the Ameren fire expert with the safety department said they were made on a thermal runaway on a battery system in Surprise, Arizona, and they've been learning over the last 15 years. Studies only cover what has already happened in the past. And then, as an engineer, and I do, we use that as your new benchmark. So it's a moving goalpost. Just because they're stating things today, I guarantee you that's going to be different in the future. Wind turbines are an example. You know, blades were supposed to last in 20 years, and they're already replacing them and trying to figure out where to go with them and what to do with them, and they're a problem. Some of the other things about this battery system is, again, it's really easy to do what-if scenarios in a static situation. We can contain this unit, let it burn, and cool the other units around it. I didn't hear any talk of tornado, flash flooding, a lightning strike, you know, all these things that, again, we're in a rural, very rural setting. At the previous meeting in Eolia, I mentioned in this testimony, the vocational school that we use their room has a full-blown water tower next to it. There was a fire in that school, and it burned to the ground. And the firefighters, rural firefighters, volunteers with, you know, they don't have the equipment that I'm sure the safety expert with his firefighting capability uses in the city of St. Louis or that area. But they couldn't save that, and they even needed additional water to drive up nearly to Bowling Green to fight that fire. It's just a different animal out here. Last point I want to make is when I question the Ameren folks, you know, there's this need for energy. Was it a need for energy for the average homeowner or farmer here or small manufacturer? Or is it because they want this data center? I really don't know, but it's not giving me a warm, fuzzy feeling. When I ask about these gas turbine generating sites in Vandalia and Bowling Green, how often they're used, 5 of them at that table are kind of scratching their head and looking at one another because I guess they don't know, but the answer I got sounded like less than 10% of the time. So they're available too. But I think like the last speaker said, you know, using gas turbines isn't green. It's not the in thing to do. Well, we have to utilize all our resources that this amazing country has and do it smart. And the farm ground that we have in this area is amazing. This country is amazing in what we can produce. We need to preserve that and use that for what it's meant for.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gray. And Andrea Young.
I'm Andrea Young, ANDREAYOUNG. I spoke at the Eolia meeting and was not planning to speak tonight, but This is the second meeting I've sat through where I've listened to Ameren UE's people be as disingenuous as they could possibly be about what it is they want to do, and the dangers of the BESS. I mean, I've looked at what the information that our firefighters have been given about the environmental hazards of something like this, and it is not what they're telling us, all right? This area is farmland, it is watershed, it is precious stuff, okay? And Ameren wants to come in here, put in this BESS, and put in a solar thing that they don't want to tell us they're putting in, so they can eventually sell the electricity to some data center, which we sure as heck don't want here. Nobody in this state wants those things, except the politicians. And we need you guys to see us, okay? We need you to see us, because your name is the Public Service Commission, and we are the public, okay? And if I ask how many times you've denied Ameren UE, I know the answer. So maybe it's time you reconsider how you view places like this, because we didn't just fall off the turnip truck. We know what's coming at us, and we are not stupid people, and we have value here. This place has value. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jones. That concludes the people that I'm aware of that had signed up to testify. Are there others who have not signed up but would like to testify? Yes, sir. And all I would ask you is that after you're done testifying, if you can grab one of those clipboards and fill out your information and leave it with the staff in the back of the room before you leave.
I already filled one out.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
And if you could state and spell your name, please.
Yeah. So my name is James Gordon. That's JamesGordon. I live in Boone County, and I am an organizer with Missouri Rural Crisis Center. I'm here tonight because multiple people independently reached out to our offices asking us what was going on here tonight and asking us to show up for this. MRCC opposes any industrial development that would ruin our farmland, raid our natural resources, and wreck our livelihoods. In June, I attended the Governor's Forum on Artificial Intelligence and Data Centers that was held down in Rolla at the Missouri S&T. During his opening remarks, in reference to the concerns of all Missourians, Governor Mike Kehoe offered a very simple message: your rates are going up. As if that were some force of nature. As if there is nothing that our elected or appointed officials could do on our behalf, except perhaps smooth the trend line of our rising consumer costs, as if the rising profits of companies like Ameren could not be challenged in any way. What I hope you take away from us tonight is that the people here in this community and in communities all across Missouri, they demand better. We want a future where we can all afford to meet our basic needs, and we do not have to ruin our land in order to have that. If Ameren is going to make a little less money next year, if their shareholders are going to get a smaller return on their investment, we want you to know we're okay with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone else who would like to testify tonight? Yes.
Can I just add one minute?
I will get to you. Yes, go ahead. Yes, you.
Hi, my name is Liz Streckfuss, LIZ-STRECKFUSS. I just want to say that it really seems like to me that Ameren is asking Lincoln County to accept the risk of an emergency that we're just not equipped to handle. not to mention the potential environmental harm that's there. But my question is, has Ameren actually proven that we need this project? The CCN process is here and exists to protect the people, us, who are affected. Need and basic safety should be proven before the project is approved, not afterwards. So until Ameren proves both, I just ask that the commission deny or delay. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Schmidt, if you'd like to come back up and.
I had one last note. For the PSC Commission, I would like you to consider when Ameren comes to you with their costs for this project, that they're paying twice the fair market value. That is what I would say the property is. So they should only get credit for the fair market value. They're picking this particular spot, this particular property, and they're paying a premium to be there. So they should only be allowed to pass on those fair costs that would be a fair market value. They're artificially running up the cost of this project by overpaying for a property that isn't fair market value. That would be the same as saying, I want to pay $10 for a 2x4, even though they're only $5, and I want to pass on the $10 cost. So I don't know if this is the right area or the time, but these are the issues that Ameren is not, as I would tell my children, if you don't tell me all of the truth, it's the same as telling me a lie. And that's what Ameren is doing. They're just giving you enough to get by. And I think I would like you to ask them and require more. Thank you.
All right. And again, for the court reporter, that was Fred Schmidt. And is there anyone else who would like to testify? Yes, you would. Yes, you'd like to continue testifying. And again, for the court reporter, could you tell her who you are?
Mary Gating, do I need to spell it, or?
It's Geeding, correct?
Yes, correct.
Mhm.
Okay, so the fire test data for the new unit of the Tesla Megapack 3 at the spacing Ameren proposes is not on the record. Tesla lists UL9540A among the certifications of the old unit. For the new one, that is only 3 weeks old, no installation level report appears anywhere that I can find. The commission is being asked to certify a battery that was 3 weeks old when this hearing was noticed at a site where no code applies on a hazard analysis no one has seen on the strength of a web page. So I will ask for 2 conditions, as they are yes or no conditions. 1, before any enclosure is delivered to Lincoln County, Ameren files in this docket an installation level UL9540A test report for the unit and revision it actually contracts at the spacing it actually proposes. Number 2, Ameren waives the utility exemption and accepts the NFPA 855 compliance, third-party plan review, and annual inspection by the fire district as an enforceable terms of the certificate. I put both conditions to Ameren on this record as a yes or no question, and I ask that Ameren be required to answer in writing before its rebuttal on September 4th. Ameren told this community it must do both. If that was true, the conditions cost it nothing. If Ameren says no, then the commission was heard. In Ameren's own words, what must comply was worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Geeding. Is there anyone else who testified earlier who would like to testify additionally? All right, and Commissioner Coleman, if you are ready to wrap up the evening's festivities, would you like to make some closing remarks?
Thank you. Thank you. We really do appreciate you all being here tonight. As was noted in the introductions, we look forward to receiving this information in a formal setting such as tonight on the record so that we can evaluate and consider all of the comments. We appreciate the fact that so many people turned out on a work week night, and we appreciate your concerns, and we look forward to the testimony that will come before us so that we can make the appropriate decisions. Thank you, and safe travels home.
Again, thank you all for coming out and participating tonight.